Right?
And we started this journey. I should say she started this journey with Partner Co. in March. Of course, if people have heard my story or whatnot, I am the skeptical one. But she came home and she had this idea of, hey, this lady named Robin, she's got these skinny drop. Is Robin here yet? I don't see. Oh, she's not going to be here.
She started all this.
So she brings it home to me, and I'm like, this is a scam. This is snake oil. The business is a scam. So I was very skeptical. The unsupportive husband, I've been called that in all the meetings. So I'll just take that because
Unlike Travis is very supportive of Krista. We'll just throw that out there.
So Ashley says, I'm going to try these drops and I'm going to try the business. And I laughed at her and I called it all those things. So if anybody knows Ashley or seen her online and her persona, she is very headstrong. So just to say my house would have been a nightmare if I wouldn't have conceded and started taking the drops. It would have been a nightmare. So I started taking the drops really to prove her wrong. And about a week and a half in, I proved myself wrong. I laid down one night and I thought to myself, I didn't have a Coke today or a Pepsi. And I was having 5 or I thought also, I didn't have my cookies and milk tonight. And since I've been a little kid, I've had cookies and milk every single night. I mean, I locked my parents out of the house when I was 3 years old at Halloween and ate all the Halloween candy. And that just tells you what kind of sugar addict I was all the way up until just a few months ago. I tried keto, paleo, all the different sugar, get rid of the sugar, try those. And I would do well. I would lose weight to start with. But in about 3 to 4 weeks, I would get so angry, feel so deprived that I would start eating again and totally throw it out the window. And I gain my weight back and gain it back even more until the drops. I've now lost 54 pounds. So, and I'm also a huge believer in the business. So, Ashley?
And he's a happier person.
I'll tell more about the business stuff later. But go ahead.
So I started the drops just to drop 7 pounds. I just had a stubborn 7 pounds. I've always been pretty healthy. Get older, we all know sometimes we have problems dropping that weight. So I tried to drop 7 pounds and I couldn't. So I saw a post from Robin about the drops and I decided to give it a try. And I did not realize how life-changing the drops would be. It's not just skinny drops. It's not just to drop 7 pounds. They literally have been life-changing. 15 pounds. I am off my antidepressant, which is a huge win for me. Happier person, right?
Yes.
And I have stopped having hot flashes. I don't have night sweats. So it really balances your hormones and your body. So that's what I want people to hear today is it's not just a bottle of more. And we're just excited to be here and excited to be with this company.
Absolutely. So again, welcome everybody. We'll run real quick. We've got a full day, so we're going to try to stay on schedule. We got our timekeeper, Travis, up here. If you come up here to speak, there's going to be a timer. So try to stay within your time. So thank you, Travis. Also, thank you to Todd and Ashley. I know it's said Reese and Ashley are hosting this or whatever, but Todd and Ashley, they have put this together. And this is really like everybody. This is not an Ashley Reese host thing. It's everybody that's sitting in this room. There's so many from different teams, David's team. I mean, it's cross line. And that's so cool about Partner Code. And I'll just say that real quick. When I heard the name, I was like, what is this? It doesn't really say what they do. But what it does say is who Partner Co. is and who the people are. We are partners together. I've met some of my best friends now in just these few months. I mean, Anthony's like a brother now to me. I never really even got to know Travis until now. We just work together so well. I mean, David, he's in a cross line. He helps us. I mean, he's helped us put this system together. We'll hear more about that. But again, thank you.
It's truly a true partnership.
Absolutely. And so starting off, we're going to do a presentation. At 9:05, it's going to be a quick presentation, short presentation. And if you're a customer and that's what you're here to see, feel free to leave after that. Or I would say stay away because you stay at least around to hear Kim Gray, because Kim Gray is going to be speaking right after that. And that is absolutely everyone's favorite story, favorite transformation. And we'll get to introduce her. I'm excited about that. Gracie Turner coming on at 9:40. Then we're going to have a break. And then we're going to recognize everybody that's lost weight. So if you're a customer, you can be recognized then. We want to celebrate everybody's victories. Ashley's going to do if you haven't got a agenda, it's right here. We got some up here, but do how she works into a busy life. If y'all don't know, Ashley worked last night 12 hours at the hospital and came straight here. So she's going to be up running. She's running pretty ragged. But a bunch of people. We got Krista coming up, Ursula, Brittany, and Jordan. I can't wait to hear what they have to say because they are killing it right now in conversion. So that's going to be awesome. David and some of his team's going to get up here. Take a break, but just be real mindful that when we do take a break, they're going to be really quick and there is no lunch break. So make sure you got a protein bar or something. Or if you need to sneak out, go sneak out, grab you something and come right back. We're not going to stop. We got a jam-packed day all the way through and you can read the rest. Todd, anything I need to add on that? Oh yeah, afterwards. That's where the real training starts, is after we get done with this training. We're going to go right over here to the Angry Tuna. Todd's got us rented out the whole outside and part of the inside to go watch a little football, but really to start that network. And that's what this is. It's network marketing, it's partnership marketing. Get to know each other. Some of us we've just seen on Zoom. Some of us we've never even seen before or met. But I can't wait to meet all of you guys over there. So please, if you can stick around, stick around. And then if you're hanging out tomorrow, if you're staying tonight at the pool, and the pool and maybe go to the beach and everything, please join us as well. Anything else? All right. So we're going to start with the presentation. We got Ashley Rowland. We call her the real Ashley.
The Ashley.
The Ashley. Krista and Kim.
Well, good morning. So I just relax because I know that everybody's kind of just seeing this. Whoever's seeing this for the first time, just know that we all sat in your shoes. And so, as promised you, we have two things to offer for you. One being a health transformation, if that's something that you're interested in, and or a financial transformation. So we saw what you guys are about to see going right through life, just like you guys are. I had my dream job of being a stay-at-home mom, and Todd, my husband, had his dream job of being a high school football coach. So although we both had our dream job, it was not giving us our dream life. We woke up and found ourselves living paycheck to paycheck. And if you've ever done that before, it's not fun. It's very stressful. And it's a hard work. So we got shown what you're about to see and just got started on a very part-time. But over time, it walked us into a full-time income, and now this is all that we do. It's allowed us to live life on our terms, and it has allowed us to be full-time parents to our 4 kids. They've never seen us get up and go to a job, sit in traffic of rush hour. They don't even know what that's like. So I can tell you what you're about to see is real. Because what happens is you've got real products that get real results with real people. So the name of the company is Partner.co. We're global. We're in over 50 countries around the world. But here's what makes us really unique and different from any other company out there is that we're partnered with doctors from all around the world. So our products are doctor created, but backed by science. So the one thing they all have in common across the board is a no compromise philosophy. But what does that really mean for you and I? It means that all of our products have 0 negative ingredients in them, and they all come at clinical doses versus the ones that we go buy off the shelf that are just fairy dusted with the ingredients. We have over 15 published clinical studies. So we have over 100 products within our company. We sit right in the middle of 7 different multi-billion-dollar industries out there. We've got anything from clean energy drinks, weight loss, and hormones,
Skincare.
nutritional supplements, gut health, So like I said, we've got like 100 products, but we're only here to talk about this one. And that is the Slender Eyes drops, or what you guys might know them as
Skinny drops.
skinny drops. So these were actually created by two doctors out in California. They were created to balance hormones. And what they did was they ran a clinical study. Men and women went through this clinical study. And over 9,000 patients went through it. And at the end of it, what they found that everybody had in common as a side effect was weight loss. I don't know about you guys, but I've never seen a positive side effect to a product before. No. So what it is 2 bottles come in a box. The first bottle is Slender X. It's a blend of 10 different plant leaf extracts. And what it does is help.
It curbs appetite, it balances your hormones, it balances your thyroid, and it detoxes your body.
And then the second, you're going to put it underneath your tongue 3 times a day. And then the second bottle is the Accelerate, and it's the blend of your pure form of B12, your biotin, your rosehip, your ashwagandha, and your rhodiola, and underneath your tongue twice a day. And it does increase our energy.
It's your energy, yes. And it's a good, clean energy. It's not like a big rush and then a crash. It's a good, clean, all day energy, which we love.
And it helps boost your mood. It helps boost your metabolism. And it also stabilizes out as we get bombarded with stress all day long. It helps keep that cortisol levels balanced out. So this is where I really like to say we're not a diet. We're not a weight loss. We're not a fad. We're not going to starve you. We're not counting calories. We're not counting carbs. We're not a box and telling you got for this amount of time frame for this long. Because here's the deal. Everybody comes at this with different goals and objectives in mind. Everybody's body is different, right? So we give you an approved food list that was created by the top type 2 diabetic doctor in the world that created this list. And then take the drops. They only work if they get in your body. They don't work if they're sitting in the bottle. So now you're just going to kind of hear real people with real results. But what you're going to hear is more than just weight loss, because these drops are so much more than just somebody losing 5 pounds, 50 pounds, 100 pounds. There's so much more here. And that's what I love, because they're actually changing people's lives. So we have David and Dina. Yeah. That's huge. And I call them, they're from my Hallmark town is what I like to say. Then we got Stephanie. And then her husband, Jimmy, who's TikTok famous as well. Brittany.
Okay, this lady is very special to me, but her name is Brittany, and she has lost 76 pounds, and I am more prouder of her than I am of any woman.
Incredible. And this is a lady that when we saw her and met her for the first time, that she had said, "These, I'll take the drop." Or that was her comment to us. And now look at her. And then we got Jordan. Okay. You wanna? So the favorite thing I love. So Jordan's, it's again, it's not about the weight loss, right? I mean, that's a win, but her biggest win, and I'll let her share for a second.
So I like to say that the skinny drops healed my brain from the inside out, because I was struggling with severe depression to the point to where I couldn't be a mother. I couldn't be a wife. Try not to cry. There would be days that I didn't shower, which is very embarrassing, but that's just where I was in life. I was stuck in this dark hole and I couldn't dig myself out. I've tried everything. My kids would run up to me, love on me. I didn't have any emotions. I didn't feel anything. I wasn't happy. But since starting the skinny drops, I have completely healed my depression. I've never been happier in my life. I've come off 2 blood pressure medications. I've come off depression and anxiety medications. I have dropped 2 pant sizes.
That's incredible. We're so happy for you, Jordan.
Now we got Ursula. How much are you down? 30 pounds. And I don't know if y'all realize this or not, but when we first were around, she didn't smile a lot. Now you can't get the smile off of her face. And then we've got Sonia, and then her husband, Josh. They both have major transformations, incredible. And they're still in their health journey, right? And then we got Valley. She's a mother of 3 and still in her transformation as she's still growing. All right. And then we got Jessica. Y'all just got to hear, like, this is why it's so much more than just, I mean, 18 pounds is huge, but I want her to share because.
Okay, so I was on Zoloft for 16 years and was never on anything until I went to get married and knew something wasn't right. My mom was on it. She was always on something. She's not anymore either, by the way, and she's on the drugs. So when I had my last baby, she's 6 months old this month, I was like, I have to be on something. I have to be on something because I can't function. I get angry. I get upset. I cry. Well, he put me on Lexapro drops. And I was like, okay, 3 weeks in. And I was like, my husband was like, babe, like, what's up? And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, you're happier. And I was like, I guess I feel like I'm getting normal again. And I don't have to come home angry, come home upset because I have 5 kids between my husband and I. And the anxiety of leaving work with range from the ages of 21 to 6 months is ball field. We got it. So now I've been off of Lexapro for 2 to 3 weeks and I will not go back to know that I can come home with my family and just be okay and handle it much better. And it's just life changing. If you haven't tried it, totally should do it.
That's what I'm talking about, right? I mean, this is so much more than just weight loss. And that's what I want you to hear. Krista?
Oh, yes, that's me. So I am a mom of 3, and for the past almost 4 years, I've been a stay-at-home mom. And this is going to sound redundant, but it was hard on me. Try not to cry. Just felt isolated. My husband's a firefighter, so he's working extra shifts. He's gone for 48 hours sometimes. I'm alone, and it was hard. It was a hard time. For me personally, I don't like taking medicine, so I knew that wasn't an option. I wasn't going to get on an antidepressant. I don't even like taking Tylenol. I don't know. So I did go to my doctor, just a routine, my female doctor. I just asked, I'm like, can you just like check my hormones or something? Because I'm not me. And she's like, well, no, your hormones are fine. Your periods, sorry guys, your periods are fine. I can get you on Wellbutrin. I'm like, no, I don't want that. That's a Band-Aid. I don't want that. So I was like, well, this is my life. I'm just gonna be miserable. Sorry. So I did find these drops. I did want to lose weight. I thought I would get them to lose weight. And I had a goal of 15 pounds. And day 3, Travis was like, who is this? Like, I was like happy. I was positive for the first time. And I don't even know when, probably my whole life, honestly. I don't know. It's like, so I even asked in our group, I was like, does anybody else feel like a different person? Is like this how I'm supposed to be? Is this the real Krista? Like it was amazing. So day totally changed. And I'm so thankful for these drops. I did lose 30 pounds. But for me, I tell everybody, like for me and all my people, I say non-scale victories are more important than the scale. So
Now, I want to tell you my version of Christmas. Ashley called me and she said, "We've got a Zoom with this lady." I said, "Okay." I got on a Zoom with Krista right in the beginning. When I tell you tough, not wanting to do nothing, I don't believe this is gonna work. I ain't got time for this. I call her my beef jerky. Then we take some ladies to Puerto Rico, and let me tell you something. That beef jerky started being a soft jerky because let me tell you something. We all saw the change in Miss Krista, and we love that Krista.
And so then we got Chelsea. She's a, personal trainer. Again, her biggest win is not the weight loss. She's off 2 antidepressants as well. And that's huge, right? We're not supposed to be on this forever. And so we're healing our brains from the inside out. Heard Ashley and Reese, but I really want to add this little tidbit. Did you ever say, did you get to, like, I told you so? Like, they were
Yes, all
yeah,
the time. I do that all the time.
You I was wrong. I just want to make sure that Ernest is 72. I love it. So we got all ages here. 8 weeks, did 42 pounds. And then we got Rayshawn. Y'all see the transformations that are happening. And by the way, we do have men starting to come out saying they are happier. We got the wives at least saying it. So it's not going to be long before we actually get their testimonies. And then we've got Karen. She's all the way from North Carolina. And this is just so important to hear.
My story is a lot like everybody else's that have already said story, but first of all, my health journey was I was in a health crisis and I was in pain every day of my life and I felt bad and I stayed busy just so I could function, and I didn't realize that until I felt so much better. So I feel the best I felt in 12 years. That's my health part. But for my emotional part, my mental part, I would agree with Jordan. I peeled my brain from the inside out. I was very depressed to the point that I was having bad thoughts. And finally talked to my husband about it. I didn't want to be on medicine because my mom was on medicine my whole life. Well, from the time I was 8 when she got struck by lightning, and I didn't want to be another stigma. I just didn't like the way I felt as a child with my mom always being on medication and I guess like not having just no emotion. And so I found these drops, and a week in, somebody said, "Karen, you have so much energy." And I was like, "Oh, I do." And then a couple weeks in, my family noticed I had I'm not cut out to be a mom. And I felt like my girls didn't think that I loved them because I would lose it all the time, y'all. And I just remembered this morning. I felt so good. I had forgot about this. But just recently we had a situation at home with my daughter where I would have normally lost my crap. And I looked at her and I said, "Mom didn't lose her crap, did she?" And she was like, "Oh." And I said, "Mom's different." So my husband has a different wife. My girls have never seen this mom. And I don't know, this has just been life-changing for me.
Changing. When you get your body balanced and your hormones balanced, it truly changes everything.
We got Misty. And what I love about her is it wasn't about the scale for her. It wasn't the number on it. It was the total body transformation. And then we've got Dr. Crystal, autoimmune disease, and she was just so sick and tired of being sick and tired. She did it the doctor's way, decided to take her health back into her own hands. And what she now weighs less than the amount of weight that she lost. The most important thing is that's like almost 4 years ago, like 3.5 years ago. So she's maintained her weight loss. And then we got Robin.
Hi, I'm a recovering senior citizen. I never thought that at 66 I could start to lose weight, but I've lost 82 pounds.
And I'm still going. And what I want to say about that is she's been on something since she was 14 years old. I'll never forget you saying that.
Well, my mom took me to a dietitian a diet doctor, and he put me on diet pills at age 12. And I've even had lap band surgery. It didn't work.
You look amazing. Beautiful.
Here we go. Here we go.
Our first trip to Utah. Oh.
This has been a journey. I promise you. When I started these products 5 years ago, it don't seem like it's been that long ago, but 5 years ago, the doctor told me and my husband that I would be going into a wheelchair within 2 years because weight, and I was very weak. I could not have stood up here as long as I'm standing. But I could not lose weight because I was born with a form of muscular dystrophy that causes me to be very weak. And I can't go up steps or can't get up and down out of a chair without my husband pulling on me. So I could not go to the gym and work out. The doctors had put me on medicine. I've been on programs. So when I was introduced to the skinny drops, I didn't think they were going to work. Matter of fact, I just sat there and listened to them and said, okay. They said, well, will you try them? Well, I put them off for 2 weeks before I even tried them. But when I started these skinny drops, they changed my life. Within 2 weeks, I lost 12 pounds without exercising any. And a total of 8 months, I lost 92 pounds 5 years ago. Like I've told other people, every day is a journey. I still got a long ways to go, but I'm not going to give up. I've got the best coaches, Todd and Ash, and all of my team that I've got to look at, that I know I've got a lot of support. And let me tell you something. And I hope one day everyone would understand what I'm about to tell you. Your team, my team, means a lot to me. And I love every one of y'all, but guess what? I'm doing this not only for me, but I'm doing it for you too. And I know that I have a lot of team on my shoulders. I think I got like 2,400 people on my team now. So guess what? I'm going through this transformation and I'm going to win.
So who you see today is not who I met 5 years ago. I remember we were sitting in that booth in Utah, Lake City, and I got unsweet tea, and she looked at me and she was like, do I have to drink unsweet tea? I have to give up my Coke Zeros. And that, look at her. So we are blessed to get to be a part of this journey with her and with all of you. That's what this is about. All right. So we just talked about one product out of 100 that our company that you just saw that we have to offer. But what's happened over the last couple of years on a global scale has really merged like I say four markets together. And it's real perfect storm out there for us. One of them being the health and wellness industry, right? So everybody today is way more cautious, more aware of their health today than what they were a couple years ago, right? The second is this technology thing. Oh my goodness. Who would ever thought that this little gadget would shrink the world on a global scale like it has? No, I didn't. I need one. But I mean, literally, we Zoom all around the country, 4, 5, 6, 100 people, and they all share the same. I mean, really? It just blows my mind, right? And then this other third piece being that home-based business, which I always say it. I really don't like that word because, first of all, a couple of years ago, everybody was sent home, right? And then, so nobody wants to be at home anymore, but nobody wants to be back in that cubicle or punch that time clock anymore. We all want that mobility and flexibility to be able to work where we want to, when we want. So that's what you have your hands on with our company. So for $29.95, one time, it's a lifetime membership, get you a global virtual franchise to all 50 countries that we're in. I mean, how cool is that? So what do you get with that? You get a website. You get a back office that keeps track of your orders, your customers, and most important. And then to get started, it's really easy.
That's right. All you got to do is pay $29.95 one-time membership. This is not Costco's. It's not Sam's. You don't have a yearly contract. You have a one-time only for $29.95. Then you can get the 4-pack size drops, which we call the skinny drop, is $371 for 208 points. The way everybody is doing this, you buy this pack, you sell 3, you get yours free.
Then this is how easy it is to get started, to launch your business. We've got a system in place that sets your business up for success. And we get your business immediately within 10 minutes of just getting started. So now we're taking our drops and we're turning them into profits. The last piece of the equation is that subscribe and save. It's 100 points worth of product or $150, whichever one comes first. And it just bills out every 4th Friday. What that does, it unlocks a weekly paycheck, a 30% discount within all 100 products, and no contract, and it can be changed up every month if you so choose to, because we've got 100 products, remember. Our company was the #1 compensation plan in the industry. You don't have to take our word for it. All you can do is just go look it up in the business from home. And we get paid here 9 different ways. Not 2, not. Do you get paid 9 different ways for what we did last night at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
So we get paid here 9 different ways. I think that's really cool. We won state championships at football. He got paid 1 way from the high school system. Didn't even get a bonus when you win. We get trips that you can win and go on, which some people in here have won their Tahiti trip. We got a trip coming up to the Bahamas. Who wants to go to the Bahamas? So, like I said, there's 2 things here that our company has to offer. You can take one or you can do both. Transformation and or that financial transformation, right? And that's what we're here for. This is why Todd and I still do what we do, because we had that financial transformation. We were that couple that lived paycheck to paycheck or below paycheck to paycheck with 4 kids, never having any money in our bank account. So the moment we started having that little bit of extra, we like, why couldn't we just go do a little bit more, a little bit more? And so when we were able to do that, we want that for everybody. And so when somebody else grabs a hold of this and does this and has that transformation, this is why we're still here. So.
Okay, not only has this changed my health, but this has changed mine and my husband's finances abundantly. I was on Social Security disability because of my disability. So me and my husband lived check to check. And so when I first started this, keep in mind, I did not even want to do the products, and I surely did not even want to do the business. When Todd come and talk to me, he knew I did not want to do this as a business. But when I started this, it took about 3 or 4 months as I started. Then I started seeing people sign up because people looked at me and says, whatever you're doing, I want some of it. I don't care what it is. I want some of it. So my paycheck started to rise till within, ever since we started, me and my husband has paid off $20 worth of credit card debt. We used to pay Peter to pay Paul, borrow from this one to do that one. I mean, if you don't think I didn't know how to swingle credit cards, I swingled them. But that's the way me and my husband lived. And because me being on disability, he worked from check to check. We had 2. It was just awful. But when I started this, I started seeing my check go up. So I paid off the $28,000 worth of credit card debt. My husband's always had me in a nice vehicle, but I never had one that it come off the trailer with 0 miles on it. But I got me a 2020 Highlander with 0 miles on it that I'm driving. 6 months later, Partner Co. has allowed us to buy my husband a Z71 with 0 miles on it. So I am blessed. I thank God first because I'm blessed. I'm not bragging. I'm blessed because someone introduced me to this amazing company. And then back in October, with a year ago, I'm telling you, time flies when you're making money and you're helping people. Time flies. But a year ago, I won my $10,000 savings bonus, and that was in October. In January of this year, me and my husband paid off our mortgage, and we paid it off 5 years early. I was so happy when I walked into Regions Bank and said, I'm going to pay my home off. And then they sat there with their mouth open. How are you doing that? And I said, my home-based business. And when I post on my Facebook, I love my home-based business. I love my home-based business. And but I did about 2 years ago decide on my own. Todd was not even consider me getting off of my disability, but I wanted to get off disability. I wanted to be able to fly and be able to help people like these products has been able to help me and make as much as I want to, however I wanted to. And I called the Social Security office and they said, Miss Gray, no one calls to get off of disability. I mean, that man really, if I wasn't so happy about getting off, I would have thought he was insulting me. And I said, well, I want to get off of disability and I want to get off now. Well, I did have to be on an 8-month probation. And he said, call me back in March. Keep your money that you're making back in March. March the 1st, Mr. Lambert was his name. I'll never forget it. He said, I've been waiting on you for 8 months. He said, because I knew you meant business. And to this day, Mr. Lambert is a subscribe and save one of my customers for another product. He was David Daughtry, so he didn't need Skinny Drop. But I do not regret that one bit. I was on every kind of government program that was out there, from WIC, from food stamps, from Medicaid. I was on it all. But guess what? Partner Co. has changed that. Until now, my income, and I know we ain't supposed to talk about income, but let me tell you, I don't have no more bills to pay. And my mom's in the back, I bought her a washing machine. I bought my baby. My baby is my baby girl is expecting. I done bought all the stuff in the nursery. She said, "Mama, wait till we have showers." I said, "No, I got to buy because I've never been able to have to. I never had money to buy before." So this is a good feeling, a very good feeling. And I'm telling you guys, I promise you, it only gets better. And like I was telling, I think Jordan this morning, it's out there. It is out there. All y'all got to do is go get it. Go get it and grab it. I remember I was driving to Huntsville, Alabama one day, me and Eric, and we were listening to gospel music. And I was praying, going to Huntsville to see Sonia. But I do have to pray when I go up there. I tell you. But you know, and I don't know how everybody is in their religion, but I can talk to you. I just felt like God was on the other side of that windshield saying, just grab it. Just grab it. And I literally took my hand and Eric looked at me and I said, I just feel like it's out there. I'm going to grab it. And that has been exactly 1 year ago, March of 2023, when Robin Perrone walked into my life and all of you guys walked into my life. So I thank you all. And this is a journey that I want to continue to walk with every one of you guys. I love y'all.
So Kim, it's not Partner Co, it's you. Partner Co is just the vehicle, right? We're just the vehicle to help you go out and achieve and change your life from either a health standpoint or financial. You did all the hard work. So with that, we also get what she was talking about. You call it
Free money. This is free money. Because I did not tell you, after I got this check, it gets better. I promise you it gets better. After I got this little $10,000 check, well, I didn't spend that. I just put it up for my home. So I never actually got to actually go out and spend it. But what's the best? It may be a word that you can say, but every month, I get a free check. So I get 5 checks a week. And the next, oh yes, you know what? That's so amazing because I love that check. And it caps off at 2,000. And guess what? Every month, if it caps off at 2,000, it caps off at 2,000. That's what I told Ashley last night. Mine's just going to cap off. It's just going to reach the plateau of $2,000. So I'm telling you, I love that 5th check, free money. Because I didn't see that. Remember, Regions got that. I'm getting that 5th check.
Yeah, so just to tell our story, I've been so blessed by this company. I've done other sales things in the past, and I've always done it to get the discount, to get clothes or whatever, hair products. I've never really made anything. I'm at $20 here, $30 there. With this company, I'm getting real paychecks every Friday. It's so possible. All you have to do is just go out there and build your team. And I'm just so thankful. I have one trip to Tahiti. And when I signed up in March of 23, I told Ashley, I said, I want to win that trip. And I just qualified for it.
Actually, she's texting me during a Zoom. I want to win that trip. I want to win that trip.
So I'm so thankful that this company gives us those type of things to strive towards. And it's just blessed our family. We're paying off debt. We're paying off bills. And I'm just so thankful.
So I joined in April, the beginning of April, but just for the discount because I'm all about discounts. And I just felt so good because I joined I think I was 10 days on the drops. I was like, I want this. I need more of this. I need a discount. But I felt so good. I just had to share. And everybody wanted drops. And I was like, whoa, I can actually make money and get a discount and feel amazing. So I just started sharing and sharing and sharing. And then money was coming, not crazy, but money enough to where we felt better. Travis was working like crazy just to get by. We have 3 kids. We always wanted something, like some kind of toy. Travis never got a toy. He wanted a boat or a camper. Our kids are getting older. Memories are, fading away. And so now we have a camper because we can make the camper payment. So that's my goal. I set a goal. Just, hey, let me take care of this because I'm not contribute financially being a stay-at-home mom. So let me do this for us. So that's what we're doing.
And then I want to bring up Gracie, come up and kind of share her journey because, we all think that everybody's just kind of got it together all the time and, they've got their life. I mean, when I look at Gracie, I always just thought they're financially stable. And not that you weren't, but you know what I mean? But I just wanted to kind of share her journey with our company and what it's done for them and how they've used the money.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gracie Turner, and I work with Todd and Ashley, and I'm so blessed, and I work with all of you. I just feel so blessed today. My journey started in this industry after my husband pastoring. I'm a bookkeeper, always have been. He had started a business for us because he said to me one day, he said, I cannot die and leave you like I see so many pastors' wives left in this world. So God allowed him to start his own business, and he did very well. But I'm sitting at my, Lord, I'm not a pastor's wife anymore. Who am I? What do I do? What is my ministry vehicle? And a lady comes into our office. I had never met. Benny met her on a business trip once. And she said, I've been riding up and down in front of your office for 30 minutes arguing with the Holy Spirit because he told me to and tell you about this business. And I said, Lord, those people have their own business. They're busy. They don't have time for me. But she said, I finally gave up and here I am. And so we said, can we take this video home with us and look at it, pray about it, and get back with you? She said, absolutely. So we go home. I'm the one sitting in the middle of the living room floor watching the video. Benny's at work, and I'm the one that can't sleep at night. I'm the one crying all the time. So I'm waiting on him. That's what I've done all my life. I supported him. And finally I said, do you think? He said, absolutely, you can do this business. He got so excited because he knew what I was in for. This was going to be life-changing, and it has been. It is a journey that you will not regret if you will get started and you will stay with it. There have been lots of opportunities. Life happens, y'all. And the older we get, the more of those life events happen in our lives. And we have many, many opportunities to say, I don't have time for this. I can't do this. It's too much on my plate. But you know what? It was like the revelation came to me. You have just hit a speed zone. You haven't stopped on your journey. When I was driving over here from Pensacola yesterday and I went through speed zones, do you think I stopped the car and got out? No, I wasn't to my destination. And I kept going because I knew that in a little while the speed was going to pick back up. And I'm going to be running 65 and 70 again. I'm going to get there. And so I kept going. Todd calls me the plotter. I just keep going. As a pastor's wife, you better learn that. And in this business, you better learn that. And if you sit here today and you believe that God brought this in, how can you tell him no? You ask for the best. I believe God brought us the best. God brought this couple, these people, the best, y'all. Look around you. God has brought us together. We are an army, and we're just getting started. As Todd said, the people don't know about us yet. but they're going to hear from us. They are hearing from us because we're not going to stop. So if you don't stop, what happens? The day I got the call, and there was the owner of the company and the products officer and all these people. Hey, you just earned your $10,000 check. And wow, did I believe that I could do that when I started this? No. But you know what? If you keep going, you are going to get that free money. Where did she go? Yes. And it keeps on every month, every month. And today, my husband sits up in the room because he supports me. He has always been my biggest cheerleader. I was his biggest cheerleader. Today, he's my biggest cheerleader. He sits up there today recovering from cancer surgery, which caused us to miss Orlando. Yes, y'all, you got to plug in and you got to stay plugged in, because that's what's going to get you through those speed zone traps. You stay plugged in. You go to every event, every meeting, every opportunity that you can get yourself to, because it's going to get you here. You will stay plugged in and you will get a paycheck. I received my largest check on Friday while I was serving him in the middle of this, and I could not get out and work. And today I have some neighbors sitting right back there and some lifelong friends who have been with me, and now all of you. This is amazing. God bless you, and don't ever give up. That is my word. Don't ever give up. You are blessed.
I don't know how you listen to Miss Gracie and Miss Kim and not tear up. I mean, their stories are so amazing and it touches our life. But one thing you do here that I love, and I'm just going to do this before we go to break, and it's God's in this. And if we put him first, this is going to go out nowhere where we can ever imagine. So it's so awesome to be a part of that. So, hey, we're going to take a break. We need to be back in here in 6 minutes, right at 10 o'clock. All right. Right at 10 o'clock. So we're going to get rolling. So Guys, it's 10, oh, wow, that's loud. 10:02, we're behind. My timekeeper said we got to get rolling. If we can get tied.
Seen your face on.
I've seen you too. I'm Reese. Nice to finally meet you.
Good, GR roll.
Nice to meet you. It is. Good turnout. Awesome. I mean, yeah. So where do y'all live?
Tifton, Georgia.
Okay, y'all are part of you want to pull up after? You want me to just talk through it? Get everybody in? Okay, all right. What side of the recording? Yeah. I know you got your head. Doing the, this is the recognize. So I'm just asking anybody across the. Got it. You want to kill the music? Who's got the music? We're doing the. All right, guys. I know we're all catching up, but let's get rolling. We're on a tight schedule. I know everybody wants to get to some college football as well today. So I don't really care about Alabama, Tennessee, but I'm sure there are some people in here. I see so that. So just so y'all know, those guys, that the people that are local here, there are people from Tennessee, from Missouri, from all over. There was somebody else, Indiana. I mean, all North Carolina. I mean, that's hours of driving. That's commitment. Missouri. Oh yeah, we got Misty's Missouri crew. I forgot about that. So, all right. So hey, we're gonna kick this off and celebrate everyone's victories. So many of us have had great success on the products. So what we're going to do is, if you've lost 15 pounds or more, or if you just have, if you're just feeling better and you want to say 20 seconds or whatnot, I just want you guys to stand up if you lost 15 pounds or more, or you love the drops. Either one. I want you guys to start from this side, and we'll go row one, and we're just going to come through, and I just want you to tell like how much you lost, and real quick what the drops mean and what the companies mean. Just do it real quick, 20 seconds a person. All right. Kristen, you want to start for us?
Actually,
30 pounds. Oh, 37 pounds. I went from 215 to 180.
whatever that is. Yeah.
Yeah?
30 pounds.
82 pounds. Size extra large shirt from a 4X.
I'm 12 pounds, but it was hormone balance for me.
30 pounds. I was 14.
All right, Jordan, y'all come. Let's go this way since we're over here. Jordan, y'all come. We're just going to kind of walk through.
13 pounds, 2 pant sizes.
76 pounds, 26 inches.
47.7 pounds.
12 pounds and much better in my energy.
5 pounds and I've completely stopped my antidepressant.
Yeah.
12 pounds and I am so much happier, and I've dropped a shirt size and a pant size.
You got to change the slide, Todd. Number one, it's actually 32, not 31.
31 pounds. I went from a size 14 to a size 8.
I've been in only 1 month of 15 pounds and I loving my paycheck. My mood. And
15 pounds and I cured my Red Bull addiction. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Hey, and just real quick, this is Hillary Patterson. She's on our team. She is a TikTok star. All right. She has all kinds of followers, and she used to drink her Red Bulls on screen, but she doesn't anymore.
10 pounds coming off of intermittent since 2009.
25 pounds and right at 4 sizes down. But my biggest thing is migraines. I don't have migraines. That's like, I will not stop taking them because I've lost 17 pounds. I have a whole lot more energy. I'm diabetic and my blood sugar levels are leveling out to a healthy level. 18 pounds from a size 4X to an extra large, and I'm off Lexapro.
All right, before Kathy comes up here, if y'all don't know who Kathy is, she is the donut lady. So what that means is she owns a donut shop in our hometown. So with that said, she has the best business model. She has donuts here, and when you walk in, she has skinny drops with a picture of Kim Gray right there. So she sells the donuts, sells the skinny drops.
Exactly. And I had gained 45 pounds when we bought the donut shop within 6 months. And so now 6 months into skinny drops, I'm down 35 of those 45 pounds. So 10 more to go. Hey, I actually lost 30 pounds 4 years ago, and I actually cycle on and off the drops now for my hormones and for my mood and for all that stuff that Krista talked about. So I'm able to keep it off, and I use it as I'm an athlete, so I train a lot. So it really helps me when I train to perform at like my top level. So yeah.
That's another one that makes awesome TikToks, by the way.
Lost 15 pounds and I'm happy. It's been wonderful. My mood's been better. Also, really it's helped my performance because I run. My times are happy about that.
I lost 26 pounds and I'm off all of my medication, especially my blood pressure medicine. So I'm off all medications and I just feel awesome. And I also got off all of my Pepsi from drinking Elite. That's what really helped me. So I'm thankful. And I have to tell you, I am 72 years old and I just love it. I love these drops. They really help me out. So thank you.
For my St. Joe people.
Days ago. Yeah, I've lost 20 pounds and I'm getting my mobility, my balance back. Big thing for me.
I've lost 50 pounds and I was like Reese, and Todd can tell you I was a skeptic in the audience that I'll take your snake oil for 2 months, then you got to leave me alone. But here I am. And one of the things that I'd like to say before I sit down is you are a product of the products, and ask Kim Gray. They're going to come after you and say, what are you doing? What are you doing? A good friend of mine came up to me and asked me the same thing. Said, hey, I need to do what you're doing. And he's down 95 pounds.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Perry Jones. I've lost 45 pounds. And I am not scared to get on a roof, work on my own house. So I get off the ground now. I feel a lot better.
Miss Susan?
I've lost 16 pounds and several inches, but my biggest victory is the financial part of it. My husband was out of work for about 4 months and we paid all of our bills and no unemployment and no income from him, and Partner Co paid our bills.
I'm bringing y'all over here because the camera's hitting us right there. We can make sure.
I have lost 16 pounds, but the biggest thing is I had colitis. I haven't had colitis in over 2.5 months. I also could not feel my toes. They felt like pins and needles all the time. I have finally got the feeling back in my toes after 6 years.
I have lost 28 pounds, went from a size 10 now to a size 6. No inflammation, no more sodas or sweet teas since April, and glowing.
I got on them at first because I was feeling a little psycho because of my hormones. And I thought, when I thought hormones, I thought women, periods, and, our hot flashes and all of the above. Well, my doctor tried to tell me that I'm going long, that I was in, what do you call it, perimenopause. But I was like, I rebuke you in Jesus' name. I'm not going through that yet. So I started the drops and the hot flashes, y'all. After, I guess, about 3 days, they were gone. And I got off the drops for like 2 months because every time I got a box, somebody wanted to buy it. So I said, well, I need the money because I have a card I need to pay off. So I would take the money, and then when I finally got the drops back, because my hot flashes came back off the drops. So once I got back on them, they were gone. And y'all, that's been my biggest thing. But this week I started the Fit Fall Challenge. And as of yesterday, I've lost 5 pounds. Yes, because when I was off my drops, I just ate a little bit. Now we got to get it off. Thank you.
Come on over.
I have lost 20 pounds. Inflammation is down and I'm feeling great.
How awesome is this? All these people, man. Come on, Sonia. Sonia's our upline. Love her to death. Here you go.
Hi, y'all. I'm recovering from the flu, but I'm not contagious. So I can't hardly speak, but I, like many of y'all, are in the Fit Fall Challenge. Since I started, I'm 7 pounds down. And then I looked at myself at the event in that dress and said, Lord, I got to go back on the drops. And since the event, I'm down 11 pounds. So believe in the drops. Yeah, believe in the drops. They actually work for more reasons just as weight loss. And another thing I'll talk about is I was in postmenopause and didn't know it. The drops did that for me. I had bad night sweats. I'd wake up soaking wet at night to where I'd have to change my clothes. TMI for the guys, but that's just the way it is. And my husband noticed a significant change in my attitude. Because many that know me know I could have a little attitude. Like Miss Gracie said, trust everything about it and just do it. That's all you got to do. Oh, 20 pounds down.
All right, Sonia.
I've lost 25 pounds, but the thing I'm most excited about is all the people that I'm sharing the drops with. They're so excited. They're seeing life changes. They're seeing transformations, and that's so exciting to hear their testimonies.
She said it all. 30 pounds from 225 to 195.
I lost 17 pounds a couple of years ago, and I kept most of it off, and now I've lost a couple more pounds. I love the energy at my age. You
Absolutely. I got it. Mr. Hill Baloo, one of my favorite people that I love watching.
Anyway, I've lost approximately 20 pounds. I've been on the drops this last time. For me, as a junior in high school, I was 203 pounds. I've never been below 200 pounds this extended period of time. I'm down to 196, and that's only 3 times since in the last 50 years. It tells you what my age is.
I'm Maureen. I've lost 30 plus pounds in 2016 and have successfully kept it off. And all to the drops. And I get back on them, especially this time of year because of the holidays. And I want to lose about 15 more. So.
I've lost about 25 pounds. I did on the drops. I did the drops to lose the weight, but instead I quit having hot flashes and night sweats. So that was big for me. I did not follow the food plan at first. And Todd says, well, as long as you drink, you're gonna lose weight. So I'm off Coke, I'm off red wine, I've I have no more sugar addiction, and I've lost 3 more pounds on the Fit for Fall challenge. I encourage y'all to do that in January. It's awesome.
Hi, I'm Tammy, and 30 pounds and feel so much better.
I've already done mine. 54 pounds. 54 pounds. Still got about 7 more to go. Yeah, she's a lot happier too. All right. There are others that I see sitting up here, and I know you guys, but it's awesome. There's so many in this room that have the drops and this business and these people, more or less. But really, that's really what it is changed our lives and changed there's so many. I mean, like I said, some of my best friends are now in this room, which is crazy. I would have never thought. Todd said that'll start happening. I'm like, whatever. But it is. I always doubt Todd, and he always proves me wrong. So he says, are you ever going to trust me with that stuff? Yes, I do. Next up, we're going to have Ashley talking about her busy day. Everybody talks about being busy life. Sorry. We all are busy. Every one of us are busy, and everybody, it's personal to them of how busy they are. I mean, everybody honestly feels like the busiest person in the world. This takes some sacrifice. It takes plugging it into your life. And Ashley's going to talk about how she does this. Ashley works PRN. So last night she worked 12-hour shift. She does catering. She was doing transcription before this. She was always doing something, 2-3 jobs, always, because she likes to travel. And that's where she got her money. But this company changed everything. But I'll let her talk.
So yes, we are busy. We've got 5 kids in 5 different counties. So we're just trying to plug into them. And it's crazy. It's busy. We're constantly traveling, trying to see the kids, plug into their sports. I'm busy with work. He's busy with work. What I found is the best thing to do is incorporate Partner Co. into your life. It doesn't have to be something else that you sell. It doesn't have to be something else that you do. I constantly hear people say, well, I can't sell things. Well, I can't either. But I use the products. I'm passionate about the products. So I just simply share that wherever I go. Like we were at TSA going through security, and I stopped, and he's supposed to pull up that picture now. Anyway, there it is. And I stopped, and, I got all this MOA, and I told her all about the products, and she has since ordered. So just wherever you go, I've seen Brittany with the gas station stops and here and there, and Stephanie riding through with her Jeep, and wherever you go, it should be a part of your life, because that builds trust with people and it builds credibility. So if you get on and you start posting for 2 weeks and then you just kind of fall off, people are thinking, okay, that's just something else she's trying to sell. But if you really incorporate it into your life and plug it into your family and kind of just have it be a part of you, and just like Todd says, post fun, family, and drops, or fun, family, and Partner Co. Because you want people to see that it's all a part of your life and it's not just you're trying to sell them something. That's what I've done, and I think it's worked pretty well. And we're just excited to have this business where we love the products. We don't feel like we're selling anything. We just really use the products. We love the products. And so then it just kind of sells itself, and you don't have to feel scammy or that you're selling anything. So that's what we've done, and it's been great.
Everybody, your success. How many boxes have you sold? How big is your team? Like, what's going on?
I think we stopped counting after 500 boxes. And we've got a team of like
165.
165.
166. We just
yesterday.
stay up, walking out the door.
He's the business person that keeps track of all that. I'm just like, stop and drop.
Ashley, I want to ask you something. So how much do you sell your box?
In Panama City, Port St. Joe, we sell them for 132.
132. So how much profit is that per box?
Now you got me doing math when I worked all night. 30, 40 something, 40.
$47. So you said over 500 boxes.
Yes. Oh,
Hey, it's $23,500. Correct?
yeah.
So
And
you ma-
we're close to getting his Tahiti trip. So super excited about that.
so you made over $50,000 on this part time. About how much time would you say you spend throughout the day doing this?
I mean, I just do it with live. So
With live.
I don't separate it. That's what's so good about it is you don't have to separate it. You don't have to think, oh, I don't have time for that. It's one more thing I have to do. You just do it.
That's all. I just wanted to show people how simple it is.
It is very simple. It does take effort. I mean, it's not just going to happen, but when you can incorporate it into your life, it feels like it's not one more thing you're doing, but you're just bringing it into your life.
All right. Thanks, Ashley. All right. Next up, we've seen her face before already. You've heard from her. It's going to be Krista. Krista is part of our team. We love having her. Her and Ashley have been friends. They work together as X-ray techs. She's now a mom of 3, stay-at-home mom, takes care of Travis. So I guess you're more of a mom of 4. Yeah. All right, Krista, take it away.
So actually going to come up here with me. So we're going to just kind of talk about our posts we make, right? So I signed up for the discount. I don't sell things. I'm not a salesperson. I don't like rejection. So no, I don't want to sell nothing. Don't give me anything to sell. I don't really like talking like Stephanie does. But I felt so good that like I just share. I'm not selling, I'm sharing. I'm sharing with people because I feel so good and I just want everybody to know. So as I share, I always just try to make something. I always try to put a picture. And then I also do like, you know, something that catch people's eye. And I don't do a long story. Nobody likes to read, really. If you're on Facebook, you're not on there to read. You're bored and you're just scrolling. So I keep everything short. And you know, just something big X's, like just something big that's going to stop scrolling. And I don't really put too much information. Just, hey, look at this. You know, I share a lot of people's stuff. I do the boards, which we'll talk about later. Yeah, that one was a good one. If you haven't done this one, do it. I got 3 from that. So yeah, I don't know. And you got to create the FOMO. That's key too.
And you tag your husband.
I always
so
tag
you see-
Travis.
Yeah.
He's always included. And then I do have my personal stuff, like Ashley says. I don't always put my children, and if I do, I don't leave that out public. I put that on my friends. But yeah, you don't always want to be like a salesperson and scammy. So I just always have fun stuff, and because I do incorporate this in our life. We were at a pool. We were camping. I sold 2 boxes of Renew, 4 I did not. No, I didn't. I was sharing with people in the pool.
Did you wear your skinny drop bathing suit?
You just do it. It's not like a separate thing. You just do what you're doing in life and share as restaurant, wherever you are, just share. But so I just always post. The Pic Collage app. I didn't make this one. Did you make this one?
That's great. I'll take somebody
Yeah.
else's. You can put it on your story and you can save it. You can do the X's and draw. and
Yeah.
You can save it.
Pic Collage. It's an
Yeah.
app.
Yeah.
There's my little guy. Yeah. He's at Goat Day in Bluntstown.
Yeah. Somebody should be.
I know. Look at him.
The rodeo.
Just, you know, just don't always have it about drops or whatever. Yeah. And then if I see a good post from someone else, I'm sharing it. So what about you, Stephanie?
I sell. I am a sales.
I know.
mean,
I know
will-
you are, girl.
I will talk to anybody at the gas station, at the post office. You
And your pink Crocs.
is out there, and I know I was barefooted, and it was raining, and he pulled up and was delivering, and Paula was there,
And she just took pictures and I was like, oh my God, my skinny drops are here. And he looked at me, he was like, skinny drops? He was like, my wife needs some. Let me buy some. And I'm like, okay. I ain't gonna tell her what you said. Here's a box. So I just ran in. Yesterday in the parade, we ride the Jeep through the parade and we advertise. Well, a lady, I still had the sign hanging in the back because I was just driving down the road and I couldn't find my scissors to cut it off. So she literally called me and I was on the phone with Ursula and I was like, somebody's calling me and I just gave out my number to, I don't even know how many. So let me answer it. So I answered it. And she was like, hey, skinny drop lady, can you pull over at the Tom Thumb? I want to buy. Like, yeah. So I only had one box with me. And I said, I live right down the road. Can you wait just a minute? So her husband went in, got cash out of the ATM. I came back, me and Jimmy came back and met him. And I had my cards on the box and sold 2 boxes right there. Shopping at Old Navy. I'm shopping, talking to girls, talking to ladies while another girl's trying on clothes. I'm selling her MOA and skinny drops. I mean, yeah, me and Ursula, I made Ursula get out of the car and show her her breeches or her pants. They were falling off of her. And I was like, Ursula, get out of the car. But first, the lady didn't know.
Poor Ursula.
Ursula, she thought I was talking to her pumping gas. And she was looking at me like, is this lady really talking? And I was like, Ursula, well, I talked to her about a skinny drop part to in Dothan with Saranda. And she was like, skinny drops, what? And I was like, oh, girl, I like your hat. It's sparkly. And I was just talking to her. Well, then I made Ursula get out and show her. And literally, we were selling drops in the parking lot and took pictures. I try to take pictures with everybody. But then I also do post pictures of, you know, my family, even though they're 19 and 21. I'm kind of out of that. We're in a different stage. So now I have free time just to ride down the road and sell drops to everyone. And I don't mind selling. I don't even look at my business side hardly any. I don't even know what my dot color is most of the time from what week. I'm just like selling. And then I'm surprised when I get my paycheck because I'm like, oh dang, I did good this week. I'm like, yeah, I don't even know. I just sell. I don't understand none of that. I just sell. I'll be like, Ashley, can you tell me this? So, you know,
But your
whatever.
post, you do very,
Yeah,
and you keep it short.
I
You
do
always do stuff that catch people's eye.
Yep.
I share a lot of your posts.
Take picture. I was, yeah. But yeah, he was heavy. He was very heavy. But I mean, but I sold to people in New Orleans too. Yeah. I mean, like the first time we went to New Orleans, we were in the pool and I was telling this older lady about them and she's a yoga instructor and she was like, okay, well, sign me up. I mean, like I don't hardly have to say a whole lot and they just want to sign up. So I sign them up. Just when you say skinny drops, most women are going to be like, what? I mean, so all my shirts most of the time will say skinny drops to get the attention. My little logo on my car says skinny drops. And that's when, even at the gym, into a conversation, well, my knee's been hurting or my mom's got this. So then I'm like, okay, well, we have MOA for that. Or we have, and then I go into the spiel. And most of the time they're giving me their information, you know, their name and number. And I sign them and I sell and I just post pictures and I don't even post every day. And I know I shouldn't say that, but I don't post every day because sometimes I feel like
Pink Crocs.
yeah, and then barefooted. Here. I don't. I mean, I'm like literally run out there, get my box. It's raining and I run back in. I give him my card and he's already bought drops for his wife. But I just talk to him. I will talk to anybody in the grocery store and yes, because they're either having something that catches my eye, like they got blingy shoes. So I'm going to talk to them about their shoes and then we're going to talk about drops before we end up leaving and they're going to buy some. Yeah. So I just post. I just keep it simple. I post on Instagram, but not near as much. I post on my stories. I mean, yeah, we all steal each other's pictures and everybody's okay with that. But I don't know. I keep it simple. And then there's Jimmy. He's crazy. He's TikTok famous, but he also posts skinny drops. And did you see the baby outfit that he was dancing in the backyard? Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, you'll see it. But anyways, and he even got some off of his TikTok videos from Louisiana. The guy, the husband and wife was like, "Hey, can your wife, put us on a Zoom and get us set up?" So I don't know. But I do know when Jimmy posts his pictures, the audience wants to see the real story. Like they'll ask me, and no, I'm not big, but I feel like I'm not skinny either. And I do work out and I exercise, but they want to see my pictures every now and then. So I tell them it's hormones. And then that's when the women will say, okay, well, tell me some more about you not having that. So they do want, when he posted his picture of losing 28 pounds, we had so many people contact us because it was them seeing Jimmy. Like, hey, I can see all these other pictures that you've shared, but we want to see you. We want to see your husband. We want to see local people.
Yeah.
So I made it personal.
Make sure you
Yes.
do your own stuff
So-
too.
So we got people contacted us off of throwing out Misty. What was yours? The Tootsie Roll. Do you want to lose your Tootsie Roll? And yeah, and she was throwing Tootsie Rolls and stuff out. So we got, yeah. And so, and then, we got a lot of posts from that. I mean, people's contacted me. I've sold drops from that. The little cards Ursula made, and we had our QR code to drops and Facebook. That way they can find us on social media. It's just putting time and effort into it, and just steadily posting and steadily. But then sometimes I don't even, once I get on the Zooms, I don't post at 9 and I need to, but I'll post at like 3.
But you still post.
I do. And then some days I skip because I don't want to burden my audience sometimes. So I don't know.
And when you do post, you have it on public, right?
I do. My whole page is public and my Instagram. And then I get some crazy people in my inbox and I'd be like, no, we got to get rid. So that's the only thing, like some creepers, so.
But
I'm just saying.
So I always have my posts on public about the drops. And yeah. So I've had actually 2 people that I have no idea who they are. One's from Texas, Amanda. She saw a post I did. I have no idea what post she saw, but she saw my post about the drop. I said something about Ozempic, I think, in the post. And she said, can you give me more information about these drops? And I was like, yeah, sure. Gave her the information. She was actually on a cruise or something. She's a nurse and she's all into holistic stuff. And I was like, she even asked me, I think, if there was any clinical study. So I sent her the clinical study. She got back with me. And then after her cruise, and she was like, so I read it all. How do I go about just selling them? I'm like, oh, okay. I don't even know who she is. I haven't even talked to her like on the phone or anything. So I just told her. She's like, do you have your brand ID? I gave her my brand ID. And then we never did a Zoom. I just woke up at 7 a.m. I looked at my email. Congratulations, you have a new brand partner. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know who she is. So eventually we did the Zoom. And she has been amazing. Just she's really 116. She just did that picture. I think she has 13 brand partners. She's where she lives in South Texas is close to the Mexico border. A lot of poverty there, but she's getting people healthy. They need these products so bad there, and she's just building up Texas. So I'm really excited about her. I did have a North Carolina. I don't know who she is. Found me on Facebook, sent me a message. Hey, can you give me some information about the drops? I gave her the information. Oh, well, so what if I wanted to sell them? Okay. Signed her up. She's sold
boards a lot too to help with your wording.
Yeah. Well, that was before boards.
Okay.
She sold over 50 boxes. She has 3 brand partners. You just never know, basically, is what I'm saying. You could just keep posting, make it public. You never know who is going to just come to you. And so I've had 2 people. I have Jennifer, who's here. I know Jennifer, but she trusted me from the post that I did. Laura, I have a Laura here too. I know her too. She trusting me about the drops. I just kept posting. She kept seeing them and she kept seeing them. I think she took a while to come around and she's so glad she did. But you just never know. So just stay consistent, keep it short because nobody wants to read. Make sure you have a picture to catch people's eye, and then always follow up if you can immediately when they message you.
They also like giveaways, like a
Yeah.
free drop keeper, or like I'm doing one for the month of October since it was my birthday month. So I'm doing a free box of drops at the end of the month. I'm going to draw whoever has bought MOA, Renew, Skinny Drops. So at the end of the month, I will go back through my book to see and draw. So they like that. They
It doesn't
do.
have to be an expensive giveaway or anything, just
Sure,
anything.
whatever. But then you have to, yeah. So boards, I mean, we use boards, but I'm still learning on boards too. Yeah. Screenshot. Oh yeah, the text. So when you check in with the customers and they say, oh yeah, I've been meaning to text you. I've lost 20 pounds in 2 weeks or whatever you do. So we take their name out, we take their picture out, and we
They
post
want to
that.
be recognized.
Yeah, they want to be, I mean, we want to congratulate them. So we congratulate them and we post it. They see it. If they don't want to be tagged, they can still see it by scrolling on, your page. So yeah, and I'll highlight it on my story, my Instagram story, Snapchat. So, but yeah, I mean, I signed a lady in Dothan and I didn't know her. And she said my profile came across her Facebook. And I asked them, sometimes I've just started asking, how'd you know? How did you hear about me or Skinny Drops? And they'll say, well, I don't know. I just saw your picture and I started kind of scrolling through your stuff and saw that you sold this. So, can I sign up? I'm like, yep, you sure can. Get it going.
Not going to say no to that.
Yeah. So, but it's work. You have to work at it. But I do it in between laying
In
out at the
between,
pool.
yeah.
Yeah. Swimming, going to the lake.
Your bougie life.
I wish it was bougie, but I try to make it as bougie as it can be. And then I drag Ursula everywhere I go. I make her do things with me.
Hey, just for both of y'all, since you're up here helping Krista, you're going to help her in her presentation. Now we're going to go ahead and move you up. Can you go ahead and talk a little bit about how you get people on Zooms and what you're going to talk about? That way, go ahead and knock it out right now.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is a struggle to get them on Zooms because they're like, oh my God, hours long. I can't because I'm working 9 to 3 or 9 to 4. But I'm just like, it's a 10-minute Zoom. It's going to explain to you more about the product. That way you're understanding it. You don't have to promote it. You don't have to sell it. But if you ever want to, you are already at least trained and you've heard about the back office. And Ashley, she explains it. Oh my gosh, I don't even know, just explains it. But because I'm sitting there shaking my head, yes, yes. And then I'll chime in. But sometimes it is a struggle, but once even they come to our Skins and Bubba's meeting, they see it and they plug in. Sometimes it's not a struggle. Sometimes they're just like, yeah, I'll jump on. I want to see what it's about. So they're curious, especially the ones that have reached out to you are very curious. The ones that you kind of have to, like, I have tons of cancellations, but I still check right back into them. Hey, I know you canceled. When can we set this up? So I just kind of be pushy and get it done, but I'm nice, pushy about it. And they get on a Zoom.
Yeah. So I know Ashley will agree to this. I took a long time to even get anybody on a Zoom because I don't like rejection,
You're doing them now yourself.
I am. But it took me a while just to get someone on a Zoom because I didn't want them to tell me no. So then, and I think at first I was saying too much. So now I say literally nothing. I'm like, hey, let me know when you have 10 minutes. And then I think said it. I can, what does he say? I can show you better than I can tell you. I say that all the time because it's true. You can visually show someone better than telling them, and you don't want to tell them. You want them on the Zoom. So,
or a lot of times I'll say, what time can you get on this 10-minute Zoom? And they're
so
like,
yeah, I go off of whatever they say. And then now I just do it myself, but I would always check in with Ashley if she could do it. Hopefully she could do it at their time because I want it convenient for them. I don't want them to be like, no, I can't do that time. I can't do this time. So whatever day and time they say, I'm like, and then now I watch Ashley enough. And so whenever I'm doing them, I just channel my Ashley Rowland. I get through it. But yeah, it's just,
A lot of times when they're coming to you asking, they're already
in.
They're already.
That's
yeah.
true. That's true.
Because most women are suffering from the hormonal and they're already out there looking. They're already going to those health food stores. So they're already wanting to feel better. So you kind of got them just from them already scrolling on your stuff, already kind of hooked. So
And then the new thing now is, which we didn't do, I didn't do, pre-selling. So if you have someone that you know that can
Yeah.
really benefit from this business, get them to already, even before the Zoom, I get people pre-selling. Like, hey, just do this post and see what happens.
yeah, most
See
of
if
the time
people
they're
hit-
signed up and selling
Yeah,
before they do
yeah.
the Zoom.
So that's another good thing to do is someone's like, I don't know, I can't afford that. We'll just get them to pre-sell. And then once they sold, get them on the Zoom, get them signed up, and their business has already started. And
More excited when they see that paycheck.
Yeah,
So
Yes, Stephanie, you hadn't even shared like some of the best stuff. Like, what does Jimmy say now? Because you have to tell your story about what your work life is now compared to what it was and what Jimmy tells you.
well, and even Millie knows. I didn't go back to teaching this past year because I signed in March, but I really, like Ashley tells me, I didn't plug in until May. I cannot post while we were at school from 7:30 to 3 because we would get in trouble for being on our phones. So I didn't really plug in until summer started in the May, June. So I would sit out there at the swimming pool and post and get orders and be like, okay, crap, I got to get out and go drop off some drops. I mean, but I was just living life. It was summer. So by the end of summer, when we were fixing to go back, I got a text saying that they were going to move me to a different room that I did not want to be in, or that I was not happy to go in. And I was just like, you know what? I'm tired of this. I'm not doing it anymore. I want to be home by the pool, doing my own thing on my own time, on my own schedule. And if I can make my car payment, I'm good. So Jimmy said, if you can make your car payment, you can sit at home. I was like, okay, done. So I was like, Ashley, I can make my car payment, right? She was like, yeah, girl. I was like, okay, I ain't going back to work. So then I turned in my notice. I did not go back to work So with the extra money that I'm making, I don't have to ask Jimmy for extra money. Like I'd go through my paycheck and start on his. And he's like, I'd be like, hey, I need to go to Dothan with my hand out. And he was like, what? So now in the mornings, he was like, do you need any extra? I'm like, no, I'm good. He was like, okay, this is good. This is where we need to be. Yeah. So even like yesterday, he was like, I think you made more than I did this week. And I was like, what? No, I'm never telling him I did. But anyways, he didn't see it. So whatever. I'm like, and so last night I was ordering some new jeans and he was like, why are you ordering? You've got plenty. I'm like, it don't matter. I had a good paycheck. We shopping. But yes, it's just, I'm a shopaholic. And so I'm like, whatever, this is what I'm working for. He pays the bills. I just pay my car payment. But Todd says we're going to retire him, but I don't know. He does love doing the interior trim. So. But yeah. This is what I'm doing full time. I'm on my own schedule, my own time. Ursula, up.
Hey, just real quick. These girls up here combined for well over $1,000. Once Ursula got well over 1,000 boxes of drops, just right here. It's like you're talking 1,500, these are the Panama. Also, remember, Krista and Stephanie are not even on the same leg anywhere close to each other. All of this, we call them the Puerto Rico girls, the Spark. None of these people are, but look how well everybody works together. And look, that's the true thing of Partner Co. So yeah, that's why. So This is Ursula, and I'll let her tell her story, but she is a mom of 6, very busy mom. All of her kids play over here, who's running all of our tech today. Thank you. Another one that has become a friend of mine just from this company. So it's so awesome. Ursula, take it away.
Hi, Ursula, Mama 6. See, she does make me talk. I have started to come out of my shell, which is good. I'm not a seller, I'm not a talker. Together, so
We, so her mama went to the bank. And me and Ursula done hit her back up and sat down in her office and she bought some drops before we got up.
she did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 5 minutes, but yeah, well, we figured that out. So yeah, Mama 6. Homeschool Mama of 6. Schooling in the last 3 years. I was in nursing, but I felt like I was missing a lot of time away from my kids because we very busy schedules after school. So it was like having babysitter pick up and not being able to see them until I get home at 9:30 at night. So COVID happened even after I thought about it, and I just decided to keep home. Well, when you do that, one has to stay home and you have one paycheck. And his paycheck takes care of the bills, but then we have other things. We have groceries, we have gas, we have extracurricular activities, we have maybe I want to go out to a movie or have a nice dinner or something. So trying to think of ways to bring in extra income while being home with kids. My daughter's in preschool and I saw her post, but I was like, oh, okay, I wonder what she's doing. And then she's mentioned it to me, dropping off my child at preschool.
I'm getting her kid out and I'm like, her little girl, I'm like, hey, don't you want to buy some drops and sign up?
No, I don't like selling stuff, but
Stayed on you.
she stayed on me. And I had, before all of this, I had did James Singh, had that 7-day fast and prayer. And I did that because I was looking for something to, bring in extra income to help at the house,
lose weight and feel better to run around after your kids.
Yeah. Whew, yeah, that's a lot. But yeah, and but yeah, I had been praying and fasting, and she had come to me with this, and I was like, Lord, no. I was like, because I can't do that. I can't talk.
Came to a little fall festival or something, was at the end of the school year thing, and saw me, and I was like, just do it, just sign up and do it.
Like fine, no. But I knew it was something that, well, I knew, but I didn't really know until I went to Puerto Rico. That this is where he
that was
needed,
life changing.
where he needed, I'm not sorry, where he needed me to be. And I did lose track a little bit and fell off because how we get watching other people move on up and do things, and you're still here. So, and I got a little discouraged, and
but your time was coming.
Yeah. And my time was coming. I had to retrain my thought a little bit and start plugging back in calls.
So I got on to you at the end.
did.
And he was like, okay, you better
He's like,
get up.
yeah,
You
he
better
did.
get with it.
He did. And now that I've been plugged in, I share it when I go to the ball field because we spend 95% of our time at the baseball field, at the softball field, at the cheer gym,
Horse riding lessons,
you name it, whatever. And the drops are taking care of horseback riding lessons for my daughter. So
The drops paid for your Orlando trip when you went.
yes. So we know husband's check takes care of all of our stuff. And I knew, I have my friends that, I love you, that have helped. But the way that we would be able to get to Orlando is I had to sell drops. So the drop that I sold helped take care of me and my husband to get. So And I'm glad I did because he was able to see things that I was trying to explain, and it's hard to explain if he's not there with me.
And we have new friends now.
Yes.
And we go places together.
Yes.
Really, I love that one.
But yeah, and having him there with me meant a lot to me. Now he supports me wholeheartedly 100% because he was one that was not on board at all. He asked me what is different about this company than any of the other ones that you've ever done. And I'm like, well, you just have to be there. It's just, I can't explain it. But you can feel it. So you just have to be there. So for him to be here today, thank you. I love you.
We got you. We got you on board.
But yeah, I've been sharing the drops at ball fields. Parades. She drags me to.
She might not just provide the ride and we roll.
Yeah, and we roll with it. But and the way that I tried to fit this into my schedule, she said, just make it an everyday thing. Talk to somebody in Walmart or go back to the bank and talk to girl. Like you don't know what they're going through. You don't know what they're looking for.
You were
don't
sitting at
know.
Cancun's with your class reunion and you've got some people that are interested.
Right. So I have like 2 sales and then interest in brand partner. And so it's just you opening your mouth.
Yes.
Because you don't know what that next person is going to need, what they may be going through.
And if you're not, put skinny drop on a shirt and let me tell you, it'll get anybody's attention.
Yeah.
I'm telling
It
you,
stops
it
them in
will.
their tracks. It does.
It
You're like,
does.
"It does."
And they'll do
like,
their
"What's the
head.
skinny
"What?"
drop?" I know. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so just working into my daily life, wherever I am, I just try to share it. Like, have you heard of, the skinny drops? Like, no, but I seen you post about it. And I was like, can I talk to you about it? And we just start talking. I don't know, you make friends just by sharing your journey and showing pictures. Like I show them all of our pictures with everybody. So I show them all of our pictures. Really? And I'm like, yeah.
Real people.
They're
We
real
know
people that I
them.
know, and their lives have been changed so much because of these products, the company. And even I reached out to a friend. I saw her picture and I hadn't talked to her in a while. And I was like, maybe she'd be interested in some drops. So she's in Washington State. So I messaged her and I was like, have you seen my post about skinny drops? And she was like, yeah, but what is it? And then I started explaining. She was like, funny thing is, I just made 2 appointments an hour away to some diet clinics, health clinics. And she was like, so this has got to be something that God really wants. I would have never known if I didn't just reach out, So, and she just purchased drops, my Cash App just now. So
just a great feeling helping people too.
It is such a great feeling. Like the funds are good. It is wonderful, but it's the lives that you touch that's more important to me.
It is.
Because you don't know what people are going through, and I just want to be that ray of sunshine. I want to be there to help them get through things. And this is one, right?
Yeah.
And this is just one way to do it.
And they keep it in. They bottle it up.
They do. I was that person.
Oh,
Yeah.
but Ashley pulled it
But
out.
Ashley pulled it out.
And Kim.
Mama Kim. But yeah, so that's how I incorporate it, and that's how it's changed my life, and hopefully I can help others do the same.
So kind of like everybody else, it was just going to one of the meetings. So the first one was actually Skins and Bubbas, and then an event at Todd and Ashley's house. Getting around other people, listening to what they were saying, and then just kept continuing to go into those different events. Well, as I continue to go to those events and seeing what was happening, what they were sharing, what they were talking about, also just every time the meeting started, hey, we want to know that God is first in this. That changed it for me. Going to events, meeting these gentlemen, all of these guys, Wayne, all these guys. This is what really changed it for me, was the people. Because I kept saying, what is the business, right? What is the business? What are you selling? But it wasn't, it was everyone I kept meeting at the events. That's what changed it for me. And then also the fact that, we are a family of 8, 6 little ones, tons of activities. I had to go and do work, but how do we bring something else into the house? She was bringing something else into the house, and we started seeing. That's what changed it for me.
Yeah.
It's just, we're like a big family.
Thank you guys so much. How awesome were these girls? This is part of what we call the Panama City crew, the Sparks crew, the Puerto Rico crew. But they really have. It's just, I mean, everybody in here is starting to become more and more like family. Awesome feeling, awesome thing. And we got next we're gonna have the 2 that are on fire. When I say on fire, these are truly 2 girls on fire. And when you say meeting somebody, they're supposed to give me something to say about them, but I'm going to say something about them without them giving me anything. I'm definitely about Brittany. But Brittany, I want to say, this girl, I met her in Puerto Rico. Is Jordan coming up here too? Go ahead and come on up here, Jordan. But I can't say much about Jordan because I don't know her well. I just see what she's doing, and she is on fire. But Brittany, when you talk about somebody that is different, that is a different person, you've heard a lot of people, and I can say it myself, I'm different. I'm a better version of myself. I can say from seeing you in Puerto Rico and getting to know you, and I absolutely loved you then, to now, to seeing who you are and how confident you are it's like you've got this fire back that you talked about that you had back in high school and things like that. You were like, and I know you've been, so she's through the roller coaster. She's been discouraged. I've quit. She's quit. I wasn't going to say that, but now look at what she's doing right now. These 2 right here are converting more than any of us as far as presented from customers to brand partners. They get somebody on the Zoom. They get more people on a Zoom percentage wise than any of us in here. They convert every single one of them. How many of y'all missed? Have y'all missed any?
I'm not saying. I can't knock on wood. Yeah. No, none. 100% right now, and because and you, we're a trio. So I think we're through what we do and train you today, and you'll kind of hear some of our story with that. And then we're here all day, so the learning really happens when this room is empty and we're elsewhere. So I encourage you to stick around. Come talk to us. We want to talk to you. So we're going to go through Ashley's normal PowerPoint. Is that okay? So Ashley, that's Slender Eyes Only for us. So she starts out normally like you saw this morning, just kind of her story.
Well, that's second. So So the most important part when we're about to do our Zoom is these 2 set this stage, the opening and the close. What I do is really, it's just short and simple. I just give the blonde version. Not really, there's no fluff anywhere, but seriously, what these 2 do is the real training because they open the stage up and then they close it. So just open, just do your open. Yeah, start with how you get them on the Zoom, and then I want how you 2 go back and forth and
play if that's easier so everybody can see. Okay, Ursula, because you're the one that's getting them to me first.
Okay. Everybody that she's put us on has not seen or talked to her in what, 5, 10 years, a long time. So that's like the first conversation. So she's that nurse that you haven't seen.
So usually, they will message me asking about
a post that I've posted on Facebook, or they just want to know what I'm doing. And then I don't tell them anything. I seal my mouth. I say, what is a good time and day that you could hop on a Zoom? And they tell me, and then we just get on the Zoom.
We do. And so when we get there, it's important. I always throw it to Jordan. I'll say, Jordan, can you introduce everybody? Because I want them to realize that we're here, we're comfortable, we're family, right? So she introduces everybody, and then Ashley starts very quick. We go through the PowerPoint that you saw earlier, right? So we go through all of this really quickly. Yep, all of that. And so we get to me first. And so I kind of tell my story then. You know, they're saying there's real people on that Zoom with us to make sure. So if Alyssa brings somebody on and it's the three of us, we make sure we have Alyssa in her picture, her before and after.
All are tag teaming this together. The girl who guy has contacted you. Hey, I'm interested, right? So have you done a separate Zoom with him or her? Y'all are just doing it together. Okay.
And she helps me on my other leg too. We're a team. We're a family. When you find somebody you can run with, Todd kept telling me, find your running partner. When you find them, you lock on and you go. Buckle up for the ride. Because you might not sleep at all. That's great. So we come to my picture, and I just kind of give my story then. So I would say, Ursula, at 22, I was diagnosed with PCOS. I gained 80 pounds that year. I was a college athlete. I was in competitive cheer, and I still was gaining weight. I was diagnosed with PCOS. They slapped me with birth control and metformin, and I started that roller coaster, right? So I was over-exercising, starving myself, still gaining weight. Fast forward 15 years later, and I got a life-changing diagnosis. Pseudotumor cerebri. My brain thought I had a brain tumor. It was making too much spinal fluid. And I was in a lot of pain, but I was gaining more weight. I was nearly pounds. I went from a size 3 in college to nearly 400 pounds in 15 years. And the doctor said, you can lose weight or you can have brain surgery. Go to the eye doctor, have your eyesight checked. I was losing my eyesight from the spinal fluid. And I get emotional. I get real with these people when I'm doing it. That's a sidebar. I'm kind of emotional now, and I tell her, you know, I remember Jeremy sitting in the doctor's office and saying, help her. Right. She's on the Peloton. She's on the treadmill. She does everything right, and she's still gaining weight. And I was hopeless. And they took me to meet Ashley and Kim and Sonia. And I say, you'll see. Yes. Yes. Yep, go ahead.
She's really good at connecting the dots too, because she'll say, you know, her cousin Allison and Jerry is who was watching me, and they brought me the drop. So she really connects that, can make that connection and have it on the drops. And then that's how they bring me in, that, you know, I'm related. And then we.
Yeah, so I don't even know what I do, is what she's saying. But no, okay. So yeah, so I do connect the dots. Jerry and Allison, they were watching me go downhill. And they took me to Huntsville, and I tried to get out of that trip. I told Jeremy I wasn't going to a cult meeting. I walked in Sonia's house, and her and Kim just grabbed me up and prayed with me. I left crying. And I said, Jeremy said, we're going to do it. He ordered everything Kim Gray told us to order. Listen to Kim Gray. And I started my journey in February of this year. I lost, within the first 3 days, I started my cycle. And I'm telling you, like I tell these people on Zoom, we're still on Zoom, okay? And I knew I had my hands on gold because I hadn't had one in 15 years because of PCOS. That's why we don't have kids. So I'm connecting with these people. And so I tell them, and then in 2 weeks, I'd lost that PCOS belly. And now, 7.5 months later, I'm down 76 pounds. I feel better than ever. And I feel better than ever. And this, you know, the drops have changed my life. They've saved my life. And now I'm not going to lose my eyesight.
And at that point, Ashley clicks over to Jordan.
And I tell my mental health story that I've already told all of you. I'm not going to say it again because I don't want to cry. But I get really personal. I just let them into my life and I tell them exactly what I went through. I mean, we go down in the valleys, you know, I let them know what I went through and they instantly connect because everybody out there has a mental health issue. They can tell you they don't.
And they do this every time. I probably know their story better than they know their story because I hear it. I mean, probably 10 times a day. So they never get away from the story. That's the real part of it all. No matter that hearing the success, knowing how their team's growing or anything like that, they never get away from the very beginning in their story. And then when I get done with the presentation, when I stop at the 4 boxes of drops, and then I shut up. I say nothing else.
She doesn't. So that's when I say, Jordan came to me in the TJ Maxx parking lot and she was like this. She didn't want to hear what I had to say. She left with a box of drops that day. 2 days later, she said, I've got $30 and that's all I've got. She said, I've been part of this one and that one, this one and that one, and I've lost money. She said, I've got new skin under my kitchen counter that everybody's getting for gift. I thought about you. Just gonna say, Missy. And so I accepted the challenge, and then I tossed it to Jordan.
And then I tell them about my financial story. So
Hold on. This is what's really important. When she brings me in, because when she tosses it to her, she does something she don't even know she's doing. About the fourth time, I was like, oh my gosh, she leans right into the camera, into whatever the phone, is it a phone that you're talking into? I mean, this little bitty old box, you know, she just leans right in. And I find myself just leaning right in. And about like halfway through, I'm like, but because she leans in, that one little bitty thing that she does really draws you in when she starts to tell her story. So go ahead now.
So before company, me and my husband, we were drowning financially. I'm a full-time nurse and he works full-time also. He makes pretty good money, but we were not able to make ends meet. We were drowning financially. I was actually 2 months behind on my car payment and I just knew that they were going to come in my driveway and pick it up anytime. And we got a shut-off notice on our electric bill actually. And that's when I broke. And so I went to church praying that Sunday. Big prayers. So I said a big prayer. And that next Sunday, I was meeting Brittany in the TJ Maxx parking lot. I got my box of drops. 2 days later, I reached out to her. I said, I'm ready to go. Let's go. I want to go right now. Fast forward to 8 weeks later, I have made $10,000 and I have 28 brand partners underneath me. 29 brand partners. And I will tell you, it's nothing but God. I know that for a fact. He put me here for a purpose. It wasn't just financially either.
And then she says,
Welcome to the team. I'm so excited to have you.
I'll say, I'm so excited that you're here. We're hopping over to my Zoom right now. Thank you, Ashley. We don't take a breather. They don't get a chance to think. They get my Zoom number. We go straight to my Zoom room. You go from emotion. You connect with emotion. They're going to follow up.
So just so y'all, I mean, like, they don't say, do you have any questions? Nothing. They're like, you know what that person's doing? You know what that person's doing? Yes. Okay. Send it to me right now. I'm ready. And that's how it's done. That's all they do all day. Like all day.
You don't give them a choice. You just say, welcome to the team. Can't wait to see you in about a month. Cannot wait to see what you do.
Oh, they're duplicating out. So it's not just a one-hit wonder. because now she's got this duplicating out from underneath her, and that's how I know.
And I tell them that. I tell them, I say, when we get over there, we're chatting. So now we're chatting. Let's just keep going. Ursula, my Zoom room number is this. I'll see you there in a couple minutes. I go straight over, open my Zoom room. We have the partner, and I've already discussed if it's going on her team, where she wants them. So I've already got it set up, ready to sign them in. Okay. When we're doing that, she's sending them Boards app, Telegram, download them. They're downloading and I'm signing them in. We don't even give them a chance to think. Okay. They're not paying their $30 right then. We're talking, right? So we get down at the bottom and we start, we're talking, how are you? Where are you from? We have meetings close to you because we have meetings all over. And so then they download the Boards app. We go straight into training. I pull up. Can you pull up the Boards app? So they're kind of telling me their story, Jordan, their story about that time. We're just figuring out how to connect with them. Jordan does something really good. She pulls their why out of them in the very beginning. See, I learn from her every day too. So she knows their why probably before they do. And so we start connecting with them on that. Very personal. So once we make the Boards app downloaded, we're not going to, sometimes there's issues. So if y'all ever sit in on a training and there's somebody that has issues, just give us a little grace because it's normally really fast unless there's issues. But Jordan is almost to the point she's going to be doing this on her own. I'll be there, of course, but we train them on two things, boards. They don't need to know everything. Todd and Ashley, Jerry and Allison taught me, put money in their pocket. They can learn the rest later. And that's what we're doing. So we go to here, and Jordan, I'll let you take over. So I'm computer with my mouse. She's talking.
So Ursula, do you see where it says social media 7-day launch? You're going to click on that and it's going to open up 7 days worth of posts. So you see where it says day 1, 9 a.m. and day 1, 3 p.m. You're going to post twice a day at those times. And we have already been through the keyboard where they add it to the keyboard and everything else. And I tell them to scroll down to day 4 and 5. So you see how the pictures are the same? So for day 5, we're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom and before and afters. You can pick any of those pictures in there to use with your day 5 text.
And they're watching this on my screen share on Zoom. I'm circling it with my mouse where she's going next and she's talking.
So
click before and afters.
So now we're going to go back out to Slenderize SOG.
Go back.
Well, so then she's going to say, I don't know what's going on. Where she has them replace day 5 because she says she doesn't want the picture to be the same. Then they go back out. Now, during this time, as they're looking, we'll take a little break and I'll explain the Facebook algorithm. I tell them, this guy's an algorithm. I don't know how it works. I just know it works. You need 10 comments. I think Misty taught me that. Thank you. 10 comments in the first 15 minutes. So you need to make sure that you have 15 minutes set aside when you post. Post at 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Make sure you have 15 minutes set aside to get those comments. If you have to do it on break, do it on break, whatever works. If you can't, message me those comments immediately. 5 of them can be yours and you have to respond to every single person. You're not going to walk up to somebody on the street and say, wow, that's awesome. And they just go and walk off. Like, talk to these folks. I mean, it's called engagement. It boosts you. Yeah. So I tell them all of that kind of in the middle of all of this. So the second thing they're going to train on here is we tell them this works. It's worked over and over and over again. As soon as you make that first post, which we're going to do in a minute together, you're going to get questions. So now we're going to train you on how to talk back to these people when they start messaging you. And then I turn it back to Jordan because she's almost ready to go. I'm so proud.
And then I tell them if you have any of these questions, just tap.
Hey, that's smart. We should do that.
Okay, so this is where we show them how to send the answer to the question that they're being asked. But I let them know that what is the price that's not correct, because in Tennessee we sell them for $150. And I tell them not even to use the script actually, because it's just kind of long-winded to me. So we say they're $150 for the box, they last a whole month, and accept Afterpay. And we leave it at that.
Teach her that. I stick to the script.
Um,
Yes, they are beefy in Tennessee. We have tax 975. So we have to put it somewhere.
But also, if there's a question that you get asked and it's not on here, always put me and Brittany in a group chat. We will help you answer the question. Don't try to answer it by yourself, because you don't want to confuse your customers.
I tell them, if you want to be as successful as Jordan, I will be your number one contact. And then I search her name on my phone. So it only shows up where she's called me, and I just roll up the screen in front of the camera. I'm like, look how much she wears me out. You want to be successful? Just call me.
So this is where we help them make their first post. So usually it's late at night by the time we have trained them and everything. So
So while she's training on that and I'm circling, I'm also adding them to the Telegram boost group. And then we have a team boost group on Facebook Messenger. So they're being added to that as she's training them. Go ahead.
Of course. No, it's okay. So then we help them make their first post. And usually what it says is, hey guys, I'm starting something new tomorrow. I'm so excited. Like and comment if you want to follow along with my journey. We have them post that to make sure that we have everything correct. So they're going to share that post to the boost group just to make sure it's showing up and everybody can comment and everything. So they're ready to roll the next morning with day one post.
Yeah. So that's when we also, it serves two purposes. We're starting the engagement process then. We're also making sure that everybody can comment on it, right? Because we all have that one person. Who's the most recent sign-on?
Allison Pirtle.
And so we also encourage them to take a picture. If they have drops, take a picture with the drops. Some do, some don't. Oh, I know what we're missing. They post at 9 and 3. If they are on the drops, we tell them to post something personal in between those times or after that time. Everybody in this room knows who Kim Gray is. Everybody outside of this room is not. They're going to love her story when they get to know her. But for now, they know Jordan. They know Alyssa, right? So make it personal.
ALL.
Yes.
Yes.
No. Keep going. Show the first post, Todd. See if she did it. So there's Kim, which we tell her, hey, we love Kim, but not everybody knows who Kim is. So make sure if you're on the drops, you take a picture with your drops. Make it about you. You want to tell about your favorite post with Jordan? Because I think you mentioned that several.
Right there. So that was the test post. We had her make that post the night she signed on, and she shared it to the boost group just to make sure everything was showing up correctly. And it catches people's attention. They're like, well, what has she gotten into? I want to know. Let's follow what happens.
I just always share one of my favorite posts with Jordan. And you guys know I'm not on Facebook that often, right? So and then I get put in jail. But I saw after she joined and all of this was going on, I saw her post and she was still in her scrubs and she was at the carnival and she had her 3 boys and she had the biggest smile on her face. That's when I knew, like, that's what my heart, that's what it's about. That's when I was like, I will walk through anything to help her get where she wants. Because of that, that's what this is about. I mean, she went from not smiling to not liking life to loving life.
And that's the first time I felt like a mom again.
But it was the personal post, right? So guess what? She got a lot of young mamas because she said, commented under there. The most beautiful thing is your husband has his wife back and your kids have their mom back on that picture. And we have a lot of young mamas that show up every Thursday night now because they're seeing her change and become the mom she was meant to be from her post. So make it personal. Make it personal.
But I tell everybody my story. I tell my financial and my health story because it connects with a lot of people. We're all in the same boat. We're all dealing with the same things in life.
That's right. Is it okay if we have like 5 minutes left? If we brought a team from Tennessee, we would like to just kind of recognize them if that's okay with you guys. But first, I want to start with the our lives, the most important man in our lives. Jeremy's not here. His dad's having surgery Monday in Illinois, and he couldn't make it home from here and then up to Illinois. He was the hidden the back guy was the IT guy. Okay. But when we went to Orlando, it changed for him. So get him to the events. It will help because it wasn't about the money coming in for Jeremy. It was about my health, but I could have the health transformation without the business, right? So it was getting him to the events and getting him engaged. The reason now he was like, I think he asked me about you guys already. I know he asked about Travis. I know he'd asked about Reese, him and Justin, right? Like he wants to be here, right? But he has been my support. I've quit a couple times. I was negative. Jerry Wyndham, them hands on his hips. He said, well, you sure are being negative. Todd said, I ain't seen you on the IPA in a month and a half. I said, yeah, I ain't been on many. He said, none. You've been on none. I plugged in. A couple weeks later, this one walked into my life. My business has changed. Just plug in meetings and IPAs. Your attitude. Well, I was stuck on a weight loss plateau. I also was in my, Lindsay said last night, you can't get in your own head. Reach out. These people are positive. They'll pour into you. But yeah, my attitude changed. My finances changed. I bought my dream vehicle. I didn't pay for it yet. I mean, I'm making payments, but Partner Co's making the payments, right? So, but before that, I know we're so glad that Justin has made it here with us.
Yes. So I to brag about my husband because it's not easy having 3 kids, working 2 jobs, and I have no time. I mean, I'm trying to build a wonderful life for us, but he has most definitely stepped up and done what he had to do at home in order for me to do this. And I'm very thankful because in the beginning, he was so skeptical. He did not want me to do this. He was, the first Zoom with Todd and Ashley.
He was Reese.
He was just like, I don't want no part of this. What are you got me into?
Stomp around.
But now that I've seen the money roll in and he's been coming to events with me and supporting me, and I'm so thankful. I couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah. So we love you, Justin. So really quickly, we won't take much of your time. We drove 10 hours to get here in 2 vehicles. I know the part of our team that came is serious about building business. They didn't give up time with their families to get in a car stuck with me for 10 hours because I am goofy in the mornings, let's just say. So I just want to take a minute and just kind of recognize them. If y'all wouldn't mind coming up, please. I'm going to start first with this one right here. Well, first for Allison and Jerry for not giving up on me. You fought to get me healthy. and I have eyesight because of you. Thank you. But Jordan Rogers, she changed the business for me. It only takes one. It takes one. And then you get involved and then you find more. Find your Jordan. That will forever be my slogan. Find your Jordan. 8 weeks, 80 boxes, over $10,000 in profit, and 29 brand partners. She is going to be at home with those boys. She is going to be at home with those boys. Next is this one here. Don't you start that. Come on, come up here. This is my mother. I signed her in because I needed somewhere to place orders and get the 30% back. If you don't know how to do that, learn. She worked 80 hours a week. She said, I'm not selling nothing. She takes her Renew. Her hair's changing back to its normal color in the back. But the woman that wasn't going to sell anything signed in 5 months ago. She's made over $8,500 in the company and sold 74 boxes of multiple things. 14 brand partners. Couldn't be more proud. Sandy. Quickly, I'm just gonna say, ain't nobody busier than this woman. She's been in Vegas with her son, who's eat up with cancer at 32 years old. Her husband had major heart surgery. She's been in the business for 4 months. Happened in those 4 months. Nobody's busier than this one. Yet she's managed to make almost $6,000 and has 6 brand partners. I had to actually pull her paychecks to find out how much she made from the company. So that's an excuse, because if she can do it, you can do it. And finally, this one here, I grew up with her. She said she couldn't do this business. She likes to say, I've only made $400 in a month. But guess what? Just 7 brand partners. Some people don't sell, some people build and connect. So Jordan has a few.
So before I get started with my 2, yes, ma'am. So Brittany has sold what, 315 boxes?
14.
And you have made how much in profit? $16,000.
Yeah, off the boxes. I don't know from the pay plan. We take everything from the pay plan and use it to get out of debt. So I don't know how much, because that all goes straight to whatever all the debt that we've had. And now it's going to my car payment. So Jeremy gets that check. Y'all have to ask him.
But you want to talk about a girl who doesn't give herself enough credit. This woman right here is amazing. She takes on a lot and she handles it with grace. And I'm very proud of you. So next up, Brooke, come here. This is my good friend, Brooke. She has sold 25 boxes. She has profited $1,200. She's been with the company 4 weeks, y'all. She hit ultimate gold in her 2nd week. She's completely off depression and anxiety medicine, and she is rocking it. And I'm so proud of you.
So am I.
And next up is Alyssa. So Alyssa is a rock star, y'all.
Look at those shoes.
She come into this business knowing what she wanted, and she has sold 30 boxes. She has profited $1,600. She's been with the company 4 weeks, and she hit ultimate gold her 1st week.
The system works. This group here is proof that the system works. Thank you to David, Dr. Crystal, Ashley, everybody that poured into this system. Thank you, because it works. And you don't know it, but you're changing all these lives plus many more with that system. So thank you for that.
So I know we didn't advertise, but you can't come to these events at all without shedding a tear. I mean, I mean, just to hear these stories is so amazing, and getting to know Brittany and her team has been awesome. All right, next up, a man that goes by at least two names. One Todd calls him and the one that we call him is it's David Doherty or David Daltrey. And I might have butchered it wrong. But David is you hear Todd talk about the Panama City girls and they had no idea what they were doing. They were just doing it and they were making money. But thanks to David put so much work. Again, this goes back to partnership and everything. David's not somebody you would typically think would maybe even do this. 52 years old, had triple bypass not long ago. He travels around. We see him on the Zooms, on the physical therapy. He does physical therapy, home physical therapy, going around. Just a busy life, him and Amy. But he took the time to actually take what these girls were doing and put it into a system that we know now as the system of growth that's kind of been built. But this is the guy that made it so duplicatable that anybody could do it. That's why Jordan can do what she does. That's why she can pass it to them. And it's thanks to Dave. David, bring your team up here and introduce them too. And David always says, I stalked the Panama City girls, but I got to tell David something. I stalk him and Amy all the time, making sure what they're doing because I'm trying to keep up with them.
Thanks, Reed. Hey, thank you. I love hearing these stories. So, gosh, just throwing my whole presentation off. Thanks for the introduction. So, yeah, when I started this, I had never been in a company before, but I always came to meetings like this, and I learned over a few years I had been here from people like Coach Palmer. And one of the things I kept hearing over and over is you have to have a duplicatable system. Kept hearing that. I didn't even know what it meant, but I was like, well, gotta be duplicatable, gotta be simple. Well, when I saw who all here's from Panama City, just raise your hand. When I saw this group just selling these drops like crazy, they're on to something. And so I started trying to figure out how to do it. And to move forward here, my time's already ticking. I figured out how they were selling. And people started buying from me. But I realized, hey, this needs to be duplicatable so your newest people can do it. The way to make this grow is your newest brand partner, day one, has to be able to make money. Okay, so talking about making money. Who in here would like to make $2,400 more this month than you did last month? Right? Did you make $2,400 your first month? Yeah. I know you did.
Yeah. Big time.
All right, you got a microphone. I had to hold it. Now, how about this? How would you like to make $2,400 extra this next month while you're sitting on the beach and this passive income? Right? That's I love your Gucci pose. That's what this system does. Okay. So let's move into this. So you duplicate this out. When you get to your second generation, if the numbers worked out perfectly, and we know they don't, but when you find the 4 people that find their 4 people, your 2,400 has just turned into 3,000 of passive income. Right? That'll change most people's lives. Right? So that's the importance of duplication. All right. It all starts with finding a customer. Okay. That's all I ever look for. And that's all I ever teach people is to look for a customer. Audria was a customer. Okay. When Audria reached out to us about a box of drops, she was interested in from the post that y'all have already seen from the board. What did you tell us? You said,
I'm interested in the drops, but I do not have the money to buy the drops. What can I do?
Right. I'm going to move forward into this. Right. So she did not have the money to buy the drops. So we showed her a way. Yeah, go ahead.
So I had reached out to Amy and she said the easiest thing you can do is just start posting. But I haven't even started the drops yet. And she said, trust me, post. If you start posting, you will sell. And I said, okay, what do I need to post? And she said, David said you need to download boards and everything's there. They went through the training, showed me how. So that's what I done. I started posting, and immediately people was commenting and messaging me, and it went from there. My first week, I sold 10 boxes, and then I joined on that Friday. So I come into the company with already selling 10 boxes.
So here's how good this system is. She told us that she didn't have the money right then to join. It was going to be a little bit, just wasn't in the budget right then.
Right.
So we said, hey, let's show you how you can pre-sell and get your box for free. So we had her download boards. We helped her with her posts. When people started replying, wanting information, we helped her to answer them. She set out to sell a 4-pack to get a box for free. She did not try to make money day one. But what happened is after she found her 3 and had those sold, more people kept coming. So she actually came in day one when she joined us. She sold all 10. She didn't keep her box. So she came.
I reached out today and I was like, I have a little problem. I actually sold my box by accident. I really need to start these drops. So sweet Susan, she let me borrow a box until my next shipment come in so I could get started and give my testimony of how they've changed my life. And that's how that went from there.
So we taught her how to do this, and this is important too. When you show somebody how to come into this business, they duplicate that, right? So what did she do?
I turned right around. He said, you need to find someone that can be on your team and is a go-getter. And I said, I know somebody. So I reached out to Jessica. She was like, yes, girl, tell me about skinny drops. I need to know all about it. So you want to tell your story now?
So I know Audrey from work. We both work for the state of Alabama. We're from Montgomery, but she's in a different district than me. So I saw her post for friends on Facebook, whatever, and I was like, okay, what are you doing? Like, I want to know what you're doing. She's like, girl. And I was like, same thing as her. I don't have the money up front because like we are paycheck to paycheck, 5 kids. It's not easy and it's not fun. So I was like, she's like, okay. I was like, okay, what can I do? What do I do? She's like, take one of my posts, go from there. And exactly what I did. So I came in with a 10-pack. I kept mine because I was like, people are going to want to know what I'm doing and they're going to want to see my personal story before they even attempt to purchase from me or anybody else. So I came in, I posted by the end of that day, like that week, not even 2 or 3 days later, I had a 10-pack and then I had a 4-pack and then I had 2 10-packs. And then it was just like, it just trickled from there. So when I signed August 21st, I kept my box because I wanted to know what this was about. And it's completely changed everything that I've ever believed in with the company, with a product, with people, with a team, it's been a blessing. And I can say, and from the 21st of August, I've sold right at 140 boxes and I've got like $8,300 profit. So it's been the financial aspect of it, but you're meeting people through this product that need something different. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same product. It's not your same weight loss product. It's not your same hormone product. It's not your same, it's not an antidepressant. It will get you off everything you have ever been on if you can reach out to somebody and just help somebody because somebody's watching you. Somebody is watching you. And then now we duplicate it with our girls. Get the boards app, get the Telegram app, it trickles. It's a trickle effect. When you learn from the best of the best and you can start planting those seeds, planting seeds is huge. It's massive. So I have 2 girls I'm talking with this afternoon. They can't come in with a box. Guess what? I'm scheduling a phone call. We're talking this afternoon and we're going to get them their box. That's just how it's going to work. That's what I'm going to do. So they're going to get it.
So it's important that we don't lead with everybody to pre-sale coming in. A lot of people buy, or they may have bought a box and then they come in later. They say, hey, I want to do this. I have people that are watching me. I can sell a 4-pack. They come in with a 4-pack right away. It's the people that tell us it's not in their budget right away that we approach with, hey, let me show you how to pre-sale so you can get your box for free. We work with them to help them over that hurdle. That makes sense. And I think when you came in, your first week, if I remember right, you sold at least like somewhere between 30 and 40 boxes your first week. Yeah.
I did, and there's been weeks. I'm like, David, I'm kind of stressing here, and it's Wednesday, and by Friday I have a 10-pack. And I'm like, oh, okay, thank you, Jesus, because I'm telling you, it takes a lot of praying. You pray for him to put people in your path. You pray for him to show you people that the ones that aren't even in your path. Thank you, thank him, thank you, God, for putting people in my path that you're going to put in today, tomorrow, whenever, and help me show them that there is a better way at this. And it's not just health, it's just finances, but the box are just the touch. Like it's the icing on the friendships and the business is just the icing on the cake. So yeah, it's been a blessing. Sorry, I can say that 1,000 times.
So never gets old. So when we started creating this system, Todd was telling me, you got to train on this. You got to train on this. I'm like, Todd, it's not ready yet. Hold on. Wait a second. So I was doing a test with these two people, with my daughter, Tori, because she cannot sell anything. She's horrible. All right. I love her to death. She's a sweet girl. My only girl, my favorite girl, always knows she's my favorite daughter. She says, Dad, I'm your only daughter. All right. Right, still my favorite. Doesn't change it. So I told her what to post. She said, Dad, nobody buys from me. I said, Tori, just do this. Dad, they buy from you. They will not buy. It's going to take you 5 seconds to copy what I sent you and post it. Do it. Fine. She did it. Guess what? She sold a 10-pack that week, in 3 days. So I knew, I was like, well, if my daughter can do it, anybody can do it. Right? So I got up to Susan. I said, Susan, I think we have our hands on something special. Can you do this for me? She said, yeah, I'll do it. She was the overachiever. She sold 40 boxes in 3 days. How many of you sold now, Susan? Susan, come on up here. You called her out. I tried it. No, nobody on my team wants to come up here. I had to beg them. So, hey, she called you out. Just so you know, it wasn't me this time. So one of the things that we wanted to talk about, there's their boxes they came in with. Let me find it. Yeah, I'm not going to go over the scripts because you already have seen that on the boards that they were doing. Now, this is one thing that I do when I give somebody, when I physically hand somebody a box of drops, I want them to be serious about it. I want them to become a product of the product, because if they start losing weight, people are going to notice. If they don't, they're going to tell 100 people, oh, them drops don't work. So I say, look, you now have your box of drops. You can participate in our 30-day skinny drop challenge. And they're like, well, what's that? I said, well, you do your box of drops. You do them just like the book says. You follow this food list, and I make them take the book out and open it to page 13 because they done threw it in the seat of the car over beside them. I say, hey, get that book and let's open it to page 13. Follow that food list. Oh, okay. So now they know about the food list. I say, then whenever you start losing weight, your friends are going to notice and you're going to feel better. They're going to notice. So when you start to order another box, if 3 of your friends want to join you, I'll get you a free box. So day 1, before they've even started the drops, I planted a seed in their head to let them be thinking about, oh, I can talk to people and I can get a free box. So it gets people already networking without me saying, hey, you want to join a networking business? Right. And it gets them to be a product of the product, like Richard lost over 100 pounds. And then this is part of our conversion. I think I may have already touched on this, so I won't spend much time on it. When they have that first win, as we hear on the IPAs, hey, congratulations on your weight loss. Congratulations on the energy, whatever it is. I don't care. I'm going to congratulate and say, look, you're going to want another box soon. So when you have time for a quick 10-minute phone call, I can show you how you can get a discount and get them for the same price I do. I'll leave it at that. I don't say anything else. When I say phone call. I get them to a 3-way phone call. And I don't say 3-way phone call. I just say a quick. I don't. I have to drive a mile down the road, but I do move that phone call to a Zoom. Okay, so that's what I do. But I say, let's get this quick 10-minute phone call. When I send this script to people in my business, and then they message me back and say, well, nobody wants to do a call. I say, okay, send me what you're sending them. And they'll say, well, I'm sending them what you sent me. I say, yeah, I know, send it to me. Send me what you're sending them. Well, I tweaked it a little bit. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. So I go back and it may just be 1 or 2 words that they've added. I'm like, no, get rid of this. This doesn't work. It sounds offensive. No, go by the script. And then immediately we start having results. So I don't know why, but that's the script works. So one of the things we do, me and Susan did this to begin with. You've probably heard of launch parties or customer appreciation parties. Well, we had a hard time getting launch parties. We get these new partners and we would say, hey, let's do a launch party. Let's let people know what you're doing. And they don't want to do it. They're scared to death. It's like they just pulling teeth to get them to do this. You know what I'm talking about, right? So we sat back and thought about it. So Susan and I came up with a launch party / customer appreciation party. So what we do is after somebody like Jessica, we just did this with her. She had how many boxes? Maybe 50 boxes out there that people had purchased. And so we said, hey, we're going to do a launch party / customer appreciation party. And immediately she was like, what if nobody comes? I don't care. We're still going to do it. Right? Right. We're still going to post it. So we scheduled it. We scheduled it at her mom's house. And we did this customer appreciation. So we knew people would get there. And I pull one of Anthony's tricks. Tell them to bring a bag of ice. That gets them there. Right? I did this to you the other day. So like last minute, I'm like, hey, I'm just checking. Make sure you're going to come. Hey, I need a bag of ice. Can you bring one with you? All right, we'll have 50 bags of ice, but you know what? They're there. Right. Go put it in the cooler out back. That's right. I still got your ice in my freezer, by the way. So, so Jessica, she did her customer appreciation launch party. We had a few people come to the house and we did it. It's slenderized only. That's all we do. We don't touch on anything else. This is working so well. We'd be stupid to introduce anybody on the front line to any other product. Just not smart. You know, this is booming. Everybody that came to that customer appreciation signed up. Everybody. We didn't have many. How many we have?
But I had 2 out of the 3 sign up, and one signed up on the spot. The next took a couple of days, but she's got PCOS. So that was really huge for her. And she's already planting seeds. And so was the other one. So I don't have a huge team yet, but we're getting there. And nobody does it up where we are, but we getting there. We're gonna get there.
So what I tell people when they're telling me, oh, what if nobody shows up? She had 3 people show up. That's a win. 3 or 4. I don't know how many. That's a win. Kim Gray was somebody's one person. Think about that. That's how important that one person is. Okay. Once she builds a team, we continue to do the same thing and something magical happens. Okay. We did this first, Susan and I. We did a launch party, customer appreciation there in our town, but we included our whole team to do the invitation. So we had an army of brand partners invited. Do you remember how many people showed up?
30,
40. Yeah, we had over 40 people show up to a customer appreciation / launch party. It was pretty much slenderized only. And out of the numbers of the new people that came, I only know of 2 that did not come in. That was a huge night. So that's how important the launch parties, customer appreciations are. And we make our flyers on Canva. And if I don't have any brilliant ideas on how to make something kind of catchy, I go to Reese. You know? They're good. You go. I look at y'all's Facebook all the time. You know, everybody from Panama City. I know you're living the bougie life. I told Amy, stay away from that girl. Right, but if it's working, just duplicate it. Don't reinvent the wheel. Just do what everybody's doing. Because in this room, I couldn't even begin to tell you how many drops have been sold. It's just impressive. Anything you want to add about our customer appreciation that we did? That was a while back, but we're gonna do them probably about quarterly.
Get back. Sorry. when we get back, I'm gonna have the 4 girls that have invite all of their people that have even been remotely interested in it, along with the ones that are taking the drops, to make that a bigger group of people, so they're not so intimidated if there's just 1 or 2. So we're gonna do a really big one in the next few weeks for them.
Yeah, so we did her one, and immediately I told her when the people joined, I said, look, we need to duplicate this with your new people. And so I told her, coming to this event, there's going to be a lot of excitement. Go ahead and tell your team when we get back, we're doing this. And so it's already being in the schedule, being worked in. So I got a couple of questions. I know you. Go ahead. We got 9 minutes.
Are you doing them at
Mine was, because I didn't know how many I would actually have, and it was in the center of town. However, this next one's probably going to be at a restaurant or something that has a bigger opening.
Are you doing it at night during the week or on the weekend, like a barbecue? What do you finding works best?
We did mine Sunday afternoon after church, or whatever works for everybody else. That's just when we did ours.
All the above. So hers, we did at her mom's house, and it was on a Sunday.
It was Sunday afternoon. I live in the country. Nobody knows
We did-
know how to get to my house.
We did Audrey's at a restaurant called Taters. On a week, was it a weekday? Tuesday night, and had a good crowd there. And I think everybody signed up there. Everybody that came signed up. Bring me a bag of ice.
No, I mean, like, what is your text besides that? What are you getting?
So these are usually a lot of times they're customers, and we say, hey, we have been moving a lot of boxes of drops to a lot of people, and they're helping a lot of people, and we wanted to show our gratitude. So we're hosting a customer appreciation night. It's going to be at this time at this place. Could you please RSVP so we can plan? Yes, already on.
Okay, now are you sending it to anybody that's not on the drops? Like friends off of your Facebook, Instagram?
That's like where the launch party comes in. The customer appreciation is for those that have bought from you, and the launch party is like you're putting it out there for those, and all the information for those that don't know anything about it but want to know more about it. But yes, that's what I did.
Okay, and we did goodie bags. I didn't remember that, but yeah, that's right. So, yes. Hold up, Mike. He's bringing the mic. Sorry.
That's what I was going to ask, because I've had a wellness social before in a launch party and they've gone pretty well. But for your customer appreciation, do you give them something? Is there a giveaway? Is there bags for people that come? What do you do?
Yeah, so we usually pitch in and maybe donate a little bit of product, and then we put in little bags or something. The girls are so good about making it cute. I would just put it in a Ziploc bag and give it to them. But they're much better at that than I am. They make it look all cute with ribbons and all that stuff, details.
Really does sound cheesy, but for everyone that orders a box from me that I have a pickup designated located at my mom's house in town, I bought bags off of Amazon. Thank you stickers and Happy Meal stickers. So I just put it on a bag with their name on the outside of the bag, different colored ones, and they know it's theirs. And it's just like a Happy Meal thing. Like, it makes them feel like you've taken that time just to not write their name on a box. It makes a big difference.
So one of the things that we've noticed when we combine launch parties with customer appreciation, you get your customers there, and immediately when we start this customer appreciation, the first thing we do is we start going around the room and we celebrate the weight loss with everybody. All right. That way, the people that have come in and were coming to the launch party because they're on the fence, that's the first thing they see is all the excitement and the success. And so that is such an impactful opening. Like Ashley said earlier, the opening's important. That's it. And then at the end, when we get ready to close, we tell them, hey, we want you to join us. We want better for you. Get with who brought you here. If we're in a big one, like we were at our Chamber of Commerce, we said, hey, get with whoever brought you here and let's get you started. If we're at somebody's house, I'll say, hey, I'll give it to Jessica, and Jessica will know. Say, look, I want y'all with me that we're going to do something special for our health, and we're going to build an impressive business here. We're a part of something, and I want you with me. And we get them signed up as quickly as possible.
Okay, one more thing. I've had 2 people reach out to me. Didn't know either one of them. One's in Pennsylvania, one's in Florida. The one in Pennsylvania, she's an older lady. She's probably in her 60s, 50s or 60s. And she said, I was Googling or searching on Facebook skinny drops and your name popped up. And I was like, do you want to buy a box? She's like, sure. I was like, okay, got her a box. This other lady is from Jacksonville, Florida. And we found out recently my son has to go see an OT and a behavioral therapist. And come to find out, when she inboxed me, I don't know who this lady is. She said, I saw your comment on one of my husband's cousins' posts. And I said, and she goes, can you tell me what these drops are? And I said, sure. And I reached out to David. I was like, David, I don't know if she's real. Like, you don't know if these people are real on here. Like, are they scamming you? Are they not? So I responded to her, but it took a couple of days, and I reached back out and she was like, can you tell me if there's any, what's the word I'm looking for? No, to make more money. Is there any? Yeah, well, yeah. Is there a bonus or is there a plus side to ordering more than one box? I said, well, if you want to sell, just sell. And she said, I want to sell. I talked to her that night and she signed up 2 days later, and she's an OT who my son is going to have to go see. See, God just puts people in your path. She's here in Jacksonville, and she owns her own hair salon. She's an OT out of her home, and she's fixing to just take Jacksonville by storm. I don't even know who she is, never met her, but we talk through text. So you never know what you're posting and who's watching. I've never met these ladies, but one day I hope to meet both of them from Pennsylvania to Florida.
And she never met this lady. She got on a call. She talked to her, made a connection, and then we poured into her. The ladies, it wasn't always smooth. I mean, right after the lady started the drops, up on her face. It wasn't due to the drop. You had to walk her through that, because immediately she wanted to point the fingers. Hey, I started this product. Now I have this rash. We're like, no, it's not the drop. We promise. What did we do? Instead of us trying to answer it, we sent it to Circle of Health. Y'all heard about that, right? I said, look, I just told her she's an OT. She's a smart lady. I said, look, we have a Facebook page that has doctors in it and everything. Everybody's on the drop. These questions are best answered in that group, because you're going to have professional people able to answer your questions. And we just moved it to there. And so she was able to get the support she wanted, and we just continued on. Guess what? Now she doesn't have a rash. She's good. She's lost weight. She's sold drops. Any other questions? We only have like a minute left, minute and a half. Oh, that was good. So that's our whole system, y'all. We go from the finding a customer, moving them to a brand partner, or having them make a decision. They can always stay a customer if they want to. Then we help them find their 4. And then we build on the launch parties and customer appreciation parties. So thank y'all so much. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, David. And just one thing more, David could have done this for his team, and he did do it for his team. But immediately, once he had this down and he said, okay, this is working, this is how it's working, him and Todd immediately got on a Zoom and started training us on this, started getting it out there. Again, it comes back to it. He could have done it just for his team, and that's so much. And that's just, I keep going back to that. And I keep going back to the whole partner piece of it. But that's really what this is about. It makes this, so I don't know if you guys have caught it or not, but everyone that's up here talking is having fun. They're actually having fun doing this. And that's huge, to have a passion and to carry that out and to be able to make money with a passion and to help other people. So I think some of the mental health thing, I definitely think I think it's also helping other people. Helps your mental capability. That's just my thought on it anyways. But okay, we're going into lunch. I can keep talking. Todd, anything you want to add? Oh, I'm sorry, not lunch. Sorry, I'm supposed to say no lunch. 20-minute break, and we're right back here at, 19 minutes now. So 12:20 here. We'll see you in a minute. Want to go ahead and change them?
Last night.
We'll go. Like I will. We'll go. Wow. Tom. All right, guys, let's get rolling. Get started. Just real quick before we get rolling, there's 3 different tables set up in the back that have all kinds of different items. You got Allison over here. She has like the little holders for the skinny drops and t-shirts. Valley has there's some sweatshirts back there. Valley has hats that are awesome. I've gotten several hats. There you go. Cups that you can order because she sold out of the cups. One cup left and some keychains. And then Ursula's back there with all kinds of stuff. So, all right. So, hey, we're going to get started now. We're going to do a little recognition, and we're going to have some people come and talk that we've already kind of talked to, just to talk about how many boxes they've sold, what they've done. And I'm going to come to you guys in the audience and see if anybody else, we want to see you and celebrate your success on the business side of it. We talked about the weight loss earlier. Now we want to really celebrate the business side of it. So, Mandy?
Okay. Well, I first got started. I think I signed up in, was it March or April? And my husband was completely anti. And he says, Mandy, you can have the products, but you're not going to sell them because you cost me a lot of money when you did this certain other company. Yeah. And so I said, okay. And so I didn't do anything with it. And I was trying to be obedient to the husband. And little by little, I started taking the drops, and like Sonia Barber, she would tag me and stuff, or maybe you did. I don't know. A bunch of y'all did. And so people started asking me really quick about it. I'm not going to be fast. And so I secretly, he forgot that y'all, I'm being so transparent. I had this credit card, and it wasn't majorly high, but it was enough that he would be ticked off if he knew about it. But it's like he forgot that he put stuff on it too. So long story short, I secretly started selling the drops, just posting 9 and 3 every day. Before my first 2 weeks, I made $2,000, completely put it on the card. And since then I've sold, y'all, I've been bad about keeping track, but it's around 108 boxes, I think. And money wise, think it's somewhere around 7,500, 8,000. Again, I'm really bad at not that. So anyway, so I told my husband, he found out about the credit card. And I said, but look, the only reason I didn't tell you is because I wanted to show you what I could make. And so I pulled it up and showed him the figures. I said, I just made $2,000 and I paid that card off. He's like, well, honey, why didn't you tell me? You could have been selling them. And I'm like, oh. Anyway, so what was the other thing you reminded me to say? Oh, yeah. So I haven't really told him everything that I've made because I don't really know why, because I still had a little bit more of something I wanted to pay off. So I was afraid if he asked them, oh God, forgive me. So basically I've told him I made like 5,000. I just didn't tell him all of it. Oh, forgive me. Y'all know my heart though, don't you? Like you have to, he's military and it's like this way, this way, this way. And I just had to do what was best for my soul at the moment. So I didn't get in trouble. But anyway, he's on board 1,000% now. He's like, you go have fun, you learn, you come back and Serena, you're supposed to be up here. Get up here. I just saw you. So this is my best friend since 7th grade. And she was in that other business with me. And, we made a little bit of money, but it was nothing like what's going on in this company. And so we are going to take Jonathan by storm. We're going to try if Stephanie doesn't beat us to it. I'm totally joking. No, that's what I love. Stephanie and Ursula. Of course, Reese came with Todd when he came to present in Dothan. And it is true. It is one big, fat, amazing family. And we're so blessed. And we're still new. We're still learning. But like David said, or everything's duplicatable. If you go by the rules or the scripts, get on the IPA calls because you learn so much. I learned so many things. So many people that I still want to speak to, like you right there. I learned from everybody. What did I say? IPA calls. IPA calls. Income producing activity calls. You will learn how to do what everybody else is doing. So when you're plugged in, it's true. Like you can truly just sell stuff. And I don't even stay connected like I should, as in like telling, Ashley and Todd, like everything that's going on, but telling y'all the money, it's just a blessing. I mean, that is my goal. I'm like, Lord, I want to be completely debt free and like Kim, paying off your house. Like my husband will retire probably 5 years. He's this close to penning colonel. He's going to get his high 3 and get out. But I want to be able to pay the house off. I could talk forever. I want to be truly like, we all have gifts and callings and purposes in life, right? So we have to tap into that and use it for God's glory. And Reese, when you made that comment about the joy, that it's not just about, yes, the finances is good, but in mental health, like truly, when you give to others, that's where joy is found. And that's what I ask God to use me to help bring others, not only yes, business, but most of all to glorify God and bring people to Him. And there is a better way, not just finances, but help. Oh, I'll shut up now. Okay. But anyway, so we're going to do this together. She's been working her booty off. So I just want to praise my bestie. And do you know how many you sold? I don't even know yet. Y'all, I'm sorry. I'm in between Birmingham and Dothan. Oh, real quick. How far is Dothan, Birmingham from Huntsville? Oh my gosh. And I sat there and said 4 hours. Okay, so we're gonna come some y'all's meetings when I'm in Birmingham because I'm there weekly. Okay, and this is my niece, and I'm under her. And take it away. Hello.
From day one till now, totally different. She laughs, she smiles, she's upbeat. That's her sister. I know her because she's my family. But from the first time we talked on the phone, how scared she was because of everything going on with her hubby, until now, thank you, Skinny Drops.
Hi, I'm Valerie. So I started it pretty much because my mother-in-law pretty much told me to do it. pretty much told me I was crazy and I needed these, I needed these drops. I've been a stay-at-home mom for the last 5 years. I feel like I like so relate to you. And I have 3 kids, all under the age of 5, and I also have another business I do. So she got me on these drops, and they have completely changed my life. I feel like I am just like a normal person again. I literally relate to you. Like I feel completely normal. I feel like I have my life back. I can think clearly. I'm a better mom. I'm a better wife. Everything has just been better. But then I signed her up, and I think you signed mom up, correct? And I was just doing it because it made me feel like a completely normal person, normal person again. That's the only word I can use. Like I literally feel normal. Like, is this really how I'm supposed to feel all the time? Yes, happy. I feel so happy and normal. Like I have it ever. When I had kids, it's when it went downhill. So it has been a big struggle trying to be a mom and a wife and run another business. And then I started doing this, but then when I started selling drops and like making money, I was like, well, dang, like you can make money doing these. So I started doing it and I was very skeptical. My husband was completely against it. He was like, that's stupid. It's the biggest scam. And now I get a weekly paycheck, which is like a huge deal being a stay-at-home mom. It's like a really big deal. So it is great every week seeing your paychecks grow and my team's growing and just being able to touch other moms that I can relate to, that mom, specifically mom struggling with postpartum depression, and be able to overcome that. And just amazing like how these drops have changed not only my health, but it is now a business and all these amazing people I've got to meet. And it's like one big family. I mean, it's really great. There's just so many people since being, I've had kids. I just long for other moms and people I could relate to. That's just, it's lonely when you're a stay-at-home mom, have no one to relate to. So it's been great. And I absolutely love being here and everything is fun for me.
Awesome. Hey, I think I want them to come back on. They are awesome. They have so much energy. I love it. Okay. Tim from Georgia. Okay, I'm Nancy Botsford from St. Augustine. How did we meet or how did you get in the business real quick?
So I met Nancy back in 20, and we were just Facebook friends, and I was just wanting to lose 20 pounds before my son's wedding. I had 2 months to do it, so I needed something that would work fast. I watched what she was doing. I said, I think this can do it. So I hit her up, got on a Zoom and a spy, and $30 later, got this business. And so I hit Ultimate my first week, and I've been selling.
Okay, so she got on Thursday, and when she says within a week, she sold 9 boxes in 3 days, and then the next day you threw that you all. What I love about this group is after 3 weeks, 25 brand partners. And now at this point, we have over 30. And literally there's 10 ultimate, which we're getting paychecks to our people and our girls, and they're changing and they're actually happy. But this is what I love. Todd, Ashley, and Gracie, and Roland, I love it. Robin, we've done our 4th meeting. One was a launch, and then the 3rd, and that was Thursday, and it was great. But then Friday, what happened? And this is the bomb.
So Nancy's got this challenge. She said, get a chicken list. So I killed a chicken Friday. so, so we went to buy this bowl that she got distracted with. And so, we're dropping seeds. And then I've got one of my partners that is trying to get into a storefront downtown in the Hallmark town. And so we went there and she wasn't there. Her husband was there and said, but she's over at this other place. And I said, oh, well, we're going there because that's chicken lick. And so we went up there and we're trying to talk to this lady, and she's like frazzled with life, and she wasn't hearing us. And so the owner come up, who is a nurse practitioner, And literally in 4 slides, she calls over one of her patients and she says, I think you need this stuff. She goes, okay, well, give me some. So she sold a box before she even got enrolled. And so we left her 4 boxes. She's about already got those sold. And she's working on a 10-pack and she's going to be a brand partner and she's going to sell this. So it's, I don't know, about 4,000 square feet. And they do everything from the bougie to the health stuff.
So I challenge everybody because I love doing challenges. Look at your chicken list and go kill your chicken, pluck it, and roast it.
My name's Jennifer Braden. I don't like public speaking, but I will for this because these drops have really changed my life. Year and a half ago, I started a new position at work. My dad passed away. My mom had 2 strokes. I'm now her full-time caregiver. I prayed. I was miserable with myself. I just prayed to God. Something help me. I've tried exercising and dieting, and nothing has ever worked for me. I have autoimmune disorder and hypothyroidism. So I saw Chris's post and reached out to her, started on the drop. For me, it took me about 3 weeks to notice any changes. The first thing I noticed was the hot flashes at night sweat. Those were completely gone. I would always be swelling in my feet, my hands and my face by the end of the day. I don't have that anymore. And just I'm in such a better mood. I've lost 28 pounds. I'm off a few medications. And these have been a game changer for me. And I signed up to start selling and I've sold over 100 boxes now and my team is growing. But for me, I think it's just, I can share all of y'all's story and your before and after pictures, but just being true to who you are and letting people see you and hearing your story is going to be just a testimony in itself. And that's what helps me be profitable in this business. So.
Lindsay. Karen, come on up here too. She's like, what? Yep, I said you, come on. Lindsay, again, just sell your success. She's another one of the Puerto Rico girls. Getting to know her has been awesome. But Sarah, you just posted how many boxes?
Hello, I'm Lindsay Parson. So I've got to tell you, this business was not on my radar. I'm a nurse practitioner, healthcare, or what I like to call the disease management system for the last 20 years. And what happened with me, I have been a chronic dieter. I know how to lose weight. I have done all of the things. I competed and won an NPC bikini competition, nationally qualified. I knew how to lose weight. I started to have my own exhaustion and the pounds kept packing on. And all of the things that I was doing was not working. So I went to the disease management system, went to the doctor, had some labs drawn, and had some thyroid issues. And I knew from treating patients that when you get these medicines thrown at you, your labs will look better, but you won't feel any better. So there was no way that that was the route that I was taking. And this is terrible because this is where I work. This is what I do for a living. So I started looking for something else. I have twofold. I've prayed for a long time. I've been in healthcare for a long time and been away from my kids. So I've always prayed for a way to be with my kids more. So I go to the doctor. I'm researching something to help with my thyroid. And I knew Robin from the bodybuilding competitions. We had the same post coach. So she's posting about these things and she's reaching out to me and I'm like, I don't MLM. This is network marketing. This is a scam, right? Who else is that? So I just said, you know what, Robin, let's do it. I didn't have the money to do it. I moved to Florida. My husband stopped working so he could stay home with the kids. We went down to one income, more money going out than was coming in. So many things I could go through. But anyway, traded my Red Bull that was keeping me going for a box of drops. And within a week, I was coming home from work. I'm running up the stairs, helping the kids with homework. It was insane how much energy I had. I was starting to feel better, like all of the rest of the moms out here that you heard. You start to feel like you have more patience with your kids. So a month ago, I went to the endocrinologist and my lab, okay, I've been on drop 6 months. So I went to the endocrinologist. I had a huge nodule, like a goiter. She's like, I can't even feel it. She could not feel the nodule in my thyroid anymore. My labs are all normal. I have lost 18 pounds. And this is the first time in my life from being a chronic dieter since 9 years old that I can eat intuitively and feel like a normal person and not be consumed with the calories on the back of the box. Looking at every number, tracking everything that goes in my mouth. This has been absolutely life-changing, not only from the health perspective, but your friends, your spirituality. You know, everyone in this wants nothing but the best for you. And if you don't feel the Holy Spirit in this room right now, I don't know. I mean, dang it, wasn't gonna cry. This has been the most incredible thing that has ever happened in my life. And I'm grateful for everyone.
Thank you, Lindsay. All right, Karen, come tell us, how many boxes have you sold?
A little over 100. So I started the end of May. I left another company that I had been with for years. You all are familiar with it, doTERRA. I got in right in the early beginning and I let fear hold me back. And so everybody took off and there I was sitting on the sidelines. I had residual income in that. So when I found these drops, I was talking to my husband about them. I'd already changed my lifestyle in January for my health and weight just wasn't coming off. I'd already cut the sugars, the white flours, that stuff. And I'd lost 8 pounds since January and found these drops and lost I think it was 3 in my first week. But let me back up. Before I even got the drops, I messaged the lady and I said, I ordered these drops through you, blah, 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 blah. She came back and she did the normal spiel like, hey, would you be interested in learning how to get your drops for free? But actually I want information on the business. So I signed up to sell them before I even got the drops, just because of everything I read about the company, everything that I saw about the product and what it was doing. And then I met with her before I got them. And I didn't think there was a company like this, a company that had owners with integrity, a company that kept clean products. That's what kept me at doTERRA, because I believe in their passion, right? And their purpose and their integrity. And I thought they were a unicorn company. Little did I know that this was the true unicorn company. Now I love that. I'm not saying that they're bad. I love my oils, but this company has been transformative, and so much so that for my husband to jump on board is a huge deal, because I've been the queen of hopping around. I've stayed with doTERRA ultimately, but I've been with, you name it, LuLaRoe, one cruise with one incentive trips with them. I've done a lot of stuff. And when I came to this company, I just saw how different it was. All these cross lines, and then the fact that it's a Christian company. I've never been to a training where they start training with worship music, and you could feel the presence of the Holy Spirit. And so it's pretty incredible. But I've sold a little over 100 boxes. I'm still working on that conversion rate, learning to, as I shared in my testimony earlier, I kept my plate really full because it numbed my, I had a health crisis, and staying busy kept me from realizing how bad I felt. And so now that I feel great, I'm way too busy. I'm having a really hard time keeping up with everything. So that's my fault. My husband tried to tell me to resign a position and I didn't. And so I've officially put in my resignation, but I have to fulfill my term that I signed up for. But I'm excited to work on that conversion rate and just continue to grow. And my husband, obviously, he's lost lots of inches and he's a happier person overall as well. So North Carolina. So I flew, but it's 10 hours, 10-hour drive. So I flew.
So many of you guys came from a long ways away. Again, we talked about that earlier, but I appreciate everybody. Next, we're going to roll right into Miss Sonia Enfinger. You ready? She is the Hunts. All we know, I have not been able to spend much time with her and get to know her yet, but I just know what Miss Kim Gray says and what Todd and them say. But she is the all-star in Huntsville. She is the one that you want to listen to about how to host parties and how to talk to some the chicken list that they said earlier, some of the people that maybe might be on your chicken list.
Hey, can we give everybody a round of applause? Woo! It's been a great afternoon, great morning, and looking forward to wrapping things up here in a little bit. But I just want to share with you a little bit about my journey. I know I've got a couple of things I'm trying to stay on point. I love to talk about the company, the business, the platform, and really what it's meant to me. So I have 3 action items for me to talk about: living room meetings, how to set up appointments, and then how to talk to people, your chicken list. I get started with that. I really want to speak to you from my heart. I've been in the company for about 4 years. And so you heard a couple of people earlier today, and they talk about maybe their fear factor, like, I'm afraid, I don't want to talk to somebody. Where's my chicken list? Well, Kim Gray said that earlier, she was afraid, but she got out of her own way. Her first party was at a women's Christian retreat in Coleman, Alabama. I happened to be her #1 person. She signed up without having Todd and Ashley and anybody else there to support her. So she and her husband, Eric, who a lot of you know, they were there. And set up. She was out on her own. She got out of her way. The fear was gone. I got to do this. Todd had pushed her, coached her. Ashley had. So she had great leadership. I was the person seeking. I too was praying. So a lot of times when you see people, you think they got it together, got everything they need. We've heard it here today earlier that we all need something, right? And so Kim Gray had a table of products, and so one of which was the Skinny Drops, and I need to hold them up because that's the only product I need to talk about because I love them all. But I'll tell you, it has changed my life. I lost 30 pounds after taking the Skinny Drops. My husband could not believe in 3 days how much better I felt. So I'm claiming 60 in February. Whoop, whoop. So I've been trying to keep up with the young, watching all you little girls out there. I've been watching y'all. And I'm just going to tell you, I don't know how to do this social media stuff. So that's why I drove down here, and Reese's like, come on, I need you to talk. And I said, okay, I'm here. So part and partial, I've had a wonderful opportunity to be able to be a part of a wonderful company that is a Christian-based company. I will tell you that it's a beautiful thing to be able to find out what other people's why are and what it is, and you tap into that. And when you do, they're your friends for life. So we all have a lot of friends here for life, regardless if we get the next customer, if we get the next brand partner. So Brittany, she came to my house. So Kim Gray invited me. I started inviting. I don't have a problem talking with people because I know what the company has to offer. It's a gift. What is a gift. So I'm asking you to get out of your way and not be fearful to talk to people. Now I can talk to people all day long, but I don't like to post. I don't like to get out of my comfort zone and let people see me on Facebook and do lives. So again, that's another reason why I'm here, because I'm learning from you. And Lindsay gave me the blessing last night to say, the people that are watching you, that are seeing your post, those are the people that need you. It was that to me, just that in itself. So we had a little prayer time last night. It was a huge blessing for me. It was kind of like an aha, get out of your way and post. So I want y'all to get out of your way and talk to people. So she's like, I don't like to talk to people. I said, my God, look at you. You can talk to anybody. I can get on Zooms and I can talk, but I don't like to talk to people face to face. I'm uncomfortable. So we all have something going on, right? So I'm asking you to get out of your own way. So my living room parties, that was what I'm supposed to be talking about. So I'm going to come back to that. I do enjoy entertaining, and I didn't really want to invite everybody to the house. And Todd said, you got to have a living room party. Got to have a living room party. And so to do that. This was before, the skinny drop system started. And so I had a party and Brittany came. That was my very first party. And my sweet little girlfriend right here, she came with Kim Gray because Kim asked me, and Todd actually asked me to have a home party. And then Allison and Jerry in the back, they brought Brittany. Now, if Kim had not asked me, right? And then if Todd and Ashley hadn't said had a home party, then Allison and Jerry would not have come. They wouldn't have brought this sweet little girl right here. I saw so much in her that she didn't see in herself. A lot of times we do that, right? We see more in somebody else than we see in ourselves. That was the gift that my sweet Lindsay gave me last night. You gave me we can do this together. And I'm going to do this. And we prayed over this sweet little lady. And how many people do you have on your team now? Okay. They're coming fast. So I'll say to you that get out of your way of asking and have a party. Go ahead and have the home party because it'll change some people's lives. Because of that, her life has changed immensely. Now, if I hadn't had that home party, where would you be? So everybody is changing lives one at a time. So the gift for everybody is not really having the home party. The gift is sharing and caring enough to get out of your own way, to talk, to get on Facebook, to do lives, to post 9 and 3. Todd Rowland, I'm promising you, I'm going to start posting 9 and 3. So, just that little story in itself, I think might be powerful for somebody else to get out of their own way and recognize the impact that you have on others. I had a young gentleman in the back. I don't remember where he is. He had a red shirt on. Your name, sir? Jeremy says, Miss Sonia, I want to talk to you. And I said, okay. We were taking some pictures in the back. And he said, I want people. How do you talk to so many people? Well, again, it's just kind of getting out of your own way and opening your mouth wherever they are, just share with them. So the takeaway from that really is, Jeremy, is that you get a chance to listen to the ask. So you're listening for what the person needs. It's really not what you need them to know, it's what they need. So when I was sitting in the room a minute ago, I was absolutely shocked and floored about the young girls. Y'all are all skinny. You are. You look great. But I was really, really surprised as a physical therapist for 25 years that I used to take care of patients. Before I retired and had Grant, who's now 16, can't believe it. But, I was really surprised at the young girls and what the skinny drops, the happy pills, happy drops have done for all of us. Not just me at 59. But really, I'm hearing it from the girls, the younger girls. My God, how many people can we reach? What a gift that is. So it might be something that, like a little paradigm shift of not just the skinny drops, but how it actually is helping the mood, anxiety. And so I was talking to Dr. Ortega, which leads me to the next third thing I'm supposed to talk about, or I could talk all day. I have 7 minutes. Coming back to the statement of what the question is how do you recruit doctors? And I said earlier that this is a gift. That's what I want you to look at this as a gift. It doesn't matter who you speak to. The people that come in your life are those that need to hear it. Did you catch that? Everybody has a need. So the Holy Spirit works in mysterious ways. And so I'm very bold as I get a little bit older to speak into people. And so the beauty partner allows me to kind of connect with people mentally, physically, emotionally, financially, and spiritually. So what is their why? So interestingly enough, I had a beautiful friend that I had known about 30 years, and I had a Facebook at the bank making a deposit. And I was trying to do the Facebook thing because I don't like to do it very much. I keep hearing Todd and Ashley and Kim, you need to post, you need to post. I'm in line. Lo and behold, I get a text. It's a messenger text from a friend, a girlfriend, 30 years ago on Messenger. And she's texting me. Her name happens to be Dr. Charmaine Ortega. She's here today. Well, guess what? That messenger, it was the wrong person. They were asking me questions back and forth. Somebody was talking about, like, are they real? Is this person real or not? You know, are they really wanting to get my skinny drops? So I was looking at this text on the messenger and I'm like, and then so I was kind of back and, oh, doctor, she needs to know about these skinny drops. Anyway, but at the time I was kind of, just because I was excited about kind of reconnecting with her, we did a crisis services center in North Alabama and gave to a lot of people we love to help nonprofits. And so I shared a little bit with her on the text, but it really wasn't her. So I was going back and forth and I asked a question to say, this real person. It wasn't a real person. So guess what I did? You know, you have to lean into that intuition. You have to lean into your gut. Should I call them? Should I not? Where's that chicken list? Should you call them or not? Should you call them? Let me hear you again. Should you call them? Okay, so guess what? Sonia picks up the phone. I'm dialing Dr. Ortega's cell number, not thinking she's going to pick up. Well, guess what? She picks up. I mean, I'm like, oh, hey, Sean. I said, how you doing? Talking, carrying on. I said, this is asking a doctor, right? But it was really a friendship. And so I said, what are you doing? And she said, well, I'm here at the clinic and I'm just working away doing some paperwork. I said, oh my God, I didn't even know you were back in Huntsville. And so we got to chatting a bit. And I said, well, where's your office, honey? And she said, well, I'm right over here. And I was 2 minutes away. Now, how many banks are in Huntsville, Alabama of the same bank? I was 2 minutes from her office. Now, how did that happen? I mean, I'm telling you, he's all over it. I see Gracie smiling because Gracie knows. Gracie would have never been asked to do this business. You heard her earlier. She won $10,000. She's been in the business 9 years. Guess what? The person that was driving up and down the road for 30 minutes trying to determine, should I go and talk to her? They don't have time for me. They're too busy. They've got another business. They don't need this. That holy stuff person went in, talked to her. If they had not, guess what? Kim Gray would never about us, Partner Co. I would never have known about Partner Co. I would never have reconnected with Dr. Charmaine Ortega, who is a diabetic specialist, 40 years in the ER, known her for 30 years. So I went over to her place. Was so excited to be able to go to her office because I was just happened to be at that bank, happened to be right around the corner. How'd that happen? So you got to lean in because it's a gift. And I see it that way. And I hope you do too. So now, because Dr. Ortega, I went and visited with her. She said, oh my God, I'm taking care of all these diabetic patients, peripheral neuropathy. Well, my husband, we've been together 25 years and he doesn't have diabetes, but he's got some neuropathy in his legs and his feet. So we got to talking a little bit and she was sharing a little bit about her new company and her business and the platform. And she's one of the new diabetic specialists and has the only treatment in North Alabama that helps to reverse diabetes. So she is here because I leaned in. Are you going to lean in? So I leaned in enough to Dr. Ortega. She has 2 clinics and she's got one in Vegas. We happened to be in Orlando the weekend she was supposed to be in Vegas. I said, Dr. Ortega, oh my God, you've got to go to Vegas. Oh my God, to Orlando. You can't go to Vegas and do your patients. I said, you've got to go to Orlando. You know why? Because that's what Kim Gray did to me. 4 years ago, I met her and I said, Kim, I want to get you a little happy because I feel so much better. You changed my life in 3 weeks. All these people were talking to me. Sonia, what are you doing? Feeling so great. What are you doing? So I'm taking these skinny drops. Oh, so you have to have some. So they would buy them from me as well. So Kim said, come to an event. So not only do you need to talk to people that you know you're listening for the ask, what do they need? They need the skinny drops. The young girls need the skinny drops. I learned that today. What a blessing that is. Oh my gosh, y'all, I am so excited to know who I might be able to touch and use this as a vehicle to help them change their lives based on what I heard from you today. So if you were fearful today to stand up and give your why and your testimony, who is this little lady right here, sitting right here? My little girlfriend right here, Karen. I blessed her on the way out when she was walking out. I said, Lord, have mercy. I said, I see you on a big stage, girlfriend. You're changing lives one at a time. So if you think that it's your, you get to the point where you're like, I shouldn't say anything. I'm a little timid. I shouldn't reveal myself. When you do that, you're really making an impact on somebody else's life one at a time. With a room of 150 people, the people on the Zoom, guess what they're going to do? They're going to share because they care enough to share. If you care enough to share, you're going to impact and change lives. If you're resistant to that, it's on you because you haven't shared it with somebody. And you have to go to bed at night knowing if you've done your job and you're the vessel that Partner Co. has given us to change lives. So with that, thank you so much. I hope you've taken some nuggets away and God bless.
Now that's a professional speaker right there. She had that thing timed down to it. I mean, that was awesome. All right, next up is another one of the Puerto Rico girls. Can't say enough about her, and I'm going to read her introduction just because she's the one that sent it to me real quick. Because I have to give Dwayne at least a little shout out. She says she is the wife to the most loving and supportive husband ever. And that's Dwayne. If y'all don't know him, you got to meet Dwayne. She has 3 kids, 2 grandkids. She sold 300 boxes of drops. And she is the creator of the Partner Co. training group, which is so awesome. And it's one of the best tools you can get your people on. All right. You don't mind? You do it all together?
I am mom, so I struggle. Okay, so me following Sonia, I'm sitting over there with chills and shivers and Holy Spirit goosebumps all over me the whole time I'm sitting over there. Because as soon as I walked in the door, she grabbed me and she hugged me. And she said so many things. I don't even know what all she said, but she spoke some life into me and she manifested some stuff that we're going to see. And I'm just looking forward to it. This company has changed me in so many ways. And I'm not going to get into that because I didn't want to get up here and cry. I wanted to get up here and something. So I want you guys to just kind of listen in. But before I get started, I cannot get started without introducing Lisa to you guys. Lisa, y'all have seen her on Facebook. Lisa, we just found her. Stand up. Go ahead, stand up. Everybody give her a round of applause. Her and her husband drove 600 miles from Missouri to be here. She signed up today. I looked. It's been a month ago today. In her first week, she had 10 packs, I believe, purchased. So many that they flagged her account because there were too many coming in at one time. She has signed up. Let me see. She's sold over 100 boxes of drops to date. She has made almost $10,000 in retail profits and with the pay plan. She has got 12 brand partners already. And at least half of those she has gotten to Ultimate herself. So she has taken our system and she is helping and blessing other people. And that's blessing her because she's getting the paycheck from it. So thank you, Lisa. Everybody find you a Lisa. I didn't find her personally. So don't think that I found her. She actually was found by another one of my brand partners in Missouri. So you never know where you're going to find that person that's going to help change you and your company. So, all right. So who here has had little to no experience with network marketing before Partner Co? Little to none. Okay. Who's had social media experience other than like sharing social media, like other than sharing your faith, family, fun, all that stuff? Anybody? Any experience with social media? No? Yeah, I was the same way. So how many of you upon signing Partner Co didn't know where to start? You didn't know where to start, right? Okay. So we talked about this on the Puerto Rico trip. So that was kind of part of where this kind of was birthed. But So how many of you struggle now with how to train a brand partner when you sign somebody up? Still, right? Okay. All right. So we now have a system, the boards. If you have not, I know you've heard that said so many times, but if you're not using that, you're missing the mark because that app has changed tremendously. It's the way we do things and everything. So definitely go download that, use it, learn it, teach it. It's a beautiful, beautiful system. Okay. So that was just recently developed. But before that, I was struggling, as we talked about this, like I said, on the way to Puerto Rico with Ashley and all of us. We were talking about just needing something. So little background on me, just for kind of context of why I created the group, because I have a little bit of network experience, network marketing. I'm not a pro. I don't feel like I'm a pro, but I feel like I was kind of like, I can't remember her name, but she said she kind of sat the background. She had learned some things and everybody else was soaring and she was kind of, fear was holding her back. That's kind of me. Fear holds me back a lot. I'm in my way all the time and I have to knock myself out sometimes. My husband, you know, he's been my husband for 2 years now and he's knocked me out of my own way a lot of times. He's just great. He doesn't even know how much he's done for me. But so anyway, I've done a couple businesses. One company, I would sign somebody up and then I was like, now what? So I hated to even bring people in because I didn't know what to do with them once I got them, you know, and so I was like, I don't want to do that again. I know that I can build a team. I know if I find the right company, I can do this, but I wanted to know where to start them. I had to hand feed them all of the stupid stuff, as Todd said the other day on the IPA call. Stuff, the background stuff, the stuff that, you know, they could do on their own, but they need a little bit of guidance. I was having to hand feed them that. And that takes up so much time, especially if you're signing up people nonstop like Brittany and Jordan are doing. It's a nightmare to have to do all that stuff. So that's why I created that. So I set up the training group. If you're not a part of it, just let us know. A lot of us are in here that are admins. We can just add you to it and get you in it. But what it does is it basically takes you through the steps of where to start as a new brand partner. So that's kind of part of what I wanted to talk about. And then it's partner.co training page. So it was going to be private to start with. I was doing it kind of for me. It was kind of a selfish thing. And then I'm like, I talked to Ashley Antley a little bit and she's like, you know, I need this. So I showed it to her and I said, what do you think? And she's like, I love it. It's golden. Let me help. So now there's 846 people the last time I checked in this group. Okay, there it is. So this was, like I said, it was just a whim that I did. And then, so I got hands. Yes. You can probably look it up, but you'll probably have to answer some questions or get added by an admin, but you should be able to just jump in there publicly. If not, let us know. We'll invite you. Don't leave here without being a part of it and share it with your people. Send them to it and tell them to watch the training video. I had no makeup on that day, but I made the video and that kind of just tells them where to go and kind of how to do it. So to search for it. Oh, to get to the training video, you should just scroll up, Todd. Well, now guides is not going to take you to the video. Go back out. There, now guides is where you need to go, but the training video takes you, go to featured, Todd. Up there to where it says featured under manage, right there. On mine, when I pull it up, it automatically pulls up the training. The training video should be the first thing you see. Maybe it's because, scroll down. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yes, that's the training video. Please don't play it. I'm always so bubbly when I'm on live because it's just me. That should be to watch the video, and the video I break down how to do it. That's where to start. So go tag your people in it and say start here and explains exactly what to do. So that's all you have to do is send them there. If they ask you a question about how do I set up my subscription, it's on the training page. I'm always sending people back to the training page because you'll answer those questions all day long. And I want to help you, but I did this to help you so that you can go through it as fast as you want to or slow as you want to. And if you want to zoom through it in an hour, it literally take you an hour and you have everything done in your back office. So anyway, I didn't realize it was going to be a big hit, but apparently it is. So there's that. So the next thing I want to talk about really briefly is the host a post. because I was doing something on the IPA the other day and Ashley said, you got to share that. So I was kind of a fishing analogy. So how many of you are fishermen, fisherwomen in here? How many like to fish, right? Okay. So say I have a catfish pond, right? Okay. So say I have a catfish pond. Okay. And my artistry with my finger is not great. So I apologize. All right. So, but I want brim. Okay. But I don't have brim in my pond. So I want to go over to brim pond. The only way I'm going to get there is by asking permission, right? So host to post is basically you're asking permission to fish for customers and brand partners in your friends' fishing pond. Okay. So if I have 3,000 friends on my list, I'm only ever going to reach 3,000 friends on Facebook. Even though my stuff's public, generally it's going to be seen by my 3,000 friends. Sally over here has 2,000 more friends. And then Mary over here has 4,000 friends. She's a networker. And then this guy over here has 1,000 friends. I've broadened my network by getting into those ponds. So now I have those friends that I can reach. So what the host to post does is you ask once you get a customer that is on the drops and they have a win and they're celebrating it, you just ask them, would you be willing to share that on your page and tag me in it? And if they tag you in it, then you're automatically going to get notifications every time someone comments on it. So you're going to handle all the comments and you're going to go back and reach out to those people. And now a second side to that, what I would do, and this is just a way to kind of find your brand partners. If you sell, like say you sell 3 boxes of drops off of someone's post, just say, hey, message them and say, I've sold 3 boxes of drops. Would you like to get a box of drops for free? Or would you like $400 in your pocket? Like saying you could take that money and you can offer that to them and say, and I haven't even started doing this yet. I thought about this the other day. I'm like, ooh. So you could take it a step farther. Instead of selling drops for yourself and making money for yourself, why not tell this person, hey, I've already made X amount of dollars. I've already got 3 customers in your pipeline. Would you like to take over this post and take this money and sell these drops for your? That's just another kind of way to do it. So that's it. Does anybody have any questions on that? Yes, absolutely.
That I sold more drops from doing that than I have sold in a while.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because you're reaching people that you would never reach otherwise. My granddaughter just got diagnosed as being deaf. She's 4 months old. And I tell this to tell you, but we were shocked and stunned and and we prayed and we prayed and prayed for God to heal her. And he still may heal her. But right now we're looking at it as she's going to be able to reach people that we would never be able to reach with the gospel, because she's going to be in groups of people that we'd never be able to be in. Kind of the similar situation here. We're talking about touching lives and reaching other people. If you get into your friends list, your friends, into their pond, then you're going to reach people that you would never reach before. And now what I do when if I talk to someone, I immediately give them a friend request. So I'm also building my network of friends as well, because most of the time, if I'm communicating with them, they're going to accept my friend request. So that's how I got my friends list up as high as it is. So just some tips. I hope that helps. Thank y'all for your attention.
All right. Next up, all the way from Texas, is Anthony Moreland. If you don't know Anthony, well, there's nobody in here. If you've been on the IPA calls, if you've been anywhere in Partner Co., you know who Anthony Moreland is. X-Track star and all-star here in Partner Co., and somebody I call my brother. He is we Orlando with him staying with us, so it was awesome. So here you go.
Hey everybody. It's an honor to be here. It's a complete blessing. And wow. So if you learned something already today, just give me a show of hands. Show of hands. You learned something already. Are you enjoying yourself? Awesome, awesome. Let me get my notes together. Well, my subject that Todd normally talks about. This is Todd's normal topic, everybody. It's creating a winning mindset, but he asked me to do it. And so that's what I'm going to do. But first, I want you to think about this. So does anybody know what these are? Weeds. And you know what? You know what weeds do, right? They grow through concrete. They don't need no water or anything. They just ugly too. They mess up your whole yard, right? That- right. So that's weeds. Now, what's that? Now, roses, you have to water. You have to make sure they get sunlight. You have to actually take care of them. That's just like your mind. Your mind is the same way. If you do not take care of your mind, as soon as adversity starts to hit, it's gonna take you down. As soon as, because guess what? You're gonna have a flat tire one day. We all have people pass away. We all have people do some things that we love and care about them, and they actually really hurt us real bad. Whether it's the kids, whether it's a best friend, whether it's somebody from church. So you have all these things, adversity that comes. But if your mind isn't right, as soon as it hits you, it's going to hurt you. And it's going to actually take you down. So my question to everybody is, what are you feeding your mind daily? What are you feeding your mind? Are you feeding your mind CNN or whatever the little news channel is? I don't watch the news. So are you watching the local news channel? You listening to the radio? Because all those, I would say 90% of it is all negative. They'll never talk about how many people graduate from high school or graduate from college, or how we got amazing people like Travis who, saving people. They don't talk about that kind of stuff. They just talk about everything negative. So what I do is I feed my brain every day, all day, at least 30 minutes a day. At least 30 minutes. At least 30. You can listen to a podcast or a YouTube channel, anything, driving up and down the road. Todd and Ashley shared how they drive up and down. Last night, they talk about how they drive up and down the road. They listen to different things. Me and Todd been on the road. Anybody ever been on the road with Todd? If you've been on the road with Todd, raise your hand. So Todd knows we don't listen to anything negative. Matter of fact, now this is a disclaimer for Todd. If you are negative, he will stop answering your call. Point blank period. So if you call him complaining, well, you're gonna get no answer. An answer. He'll call you back 30 days. Like he doesn't feed his brain with no negativity. He won't even let you stay on. He'll give you like 2 minutes and I got a call coming in. He will get off the phone with you as well. So negativity actually will run people away. So you want people into your business, but you're just so negative. Why are you so negative? So what are you feeding into your brain? And so I have another question for you. I need everybody to think about this. You need to write it down. Take some actual time. Not right up in here, but just think about it. So the first, what's the worst that can happen here? What's the worst thing that can happen? So some of those fears that you have, because a lot of them everybody has a fear of something. Well, what's the worst? What is your fear? So, because a lot of y'all get up here and see me, I've been doing this 12 years. Matter of fact, in about 7 days, it'll be 12 years I've been doing this. And talking in front of people, that was not my specialty. I'm a good people person when I get to meet you, just like I got to meet Travis and Krista and Reese and Ashley and so many of y'all. But this, I was so nervous. In school, I would fail. I literally failed speech class like all the time, like because I'm such an introvert. I really was, but I grew out of that. You can always grow out of something. But then I also want you to take the time and ask yourself, what are the benefits? Kim and Eric have probably the best story I've ever heard in my life. Because they went from what we would consider in America poverty. They wasn't homeless, but they might have been pretty close because of all the things that they had the adversity, but she's changed that around. And I watched Kim grow. I watched when she first came in. I remember when Todd introduced me to her in Utah. But she has developed a mindset that is impeccable. I remember meeting Sonya Infant. Everybody just heard Sonya. I met Sonya in Utah. This lady who was a little nervous and didn't really know, but had passion, had seen some results with the products, and now watching her grow 5 years later, it is absolutely amazing. I'm watching a lot of y'all grow. I remember the first time I met Brittany. Yeah, she was pretty negative at Jerry Allison's. She was negative to me as well, and they was like, can you talk to her? I was like, yeah, I'll see what I can do. And she's, oh yeah, well, she kind of just gave me the shrug, like, yeah, I heard it. It all sounds good. And just to watch her to develop the mindset as well. So it's a couple things, but you also got to remember on your mindset, it's what you focusing on. So when you focus on negativity, that's what you're going to get. That's why being in debt sucks, because when you're in debt, all you think about is bills, 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 bills. But when you focus on what you want, like that dream board, y'all if you haven't watched it, well, you should go find it on my YouTube. But Pam and Nate did a Zoom few weeks back, probably almost a month ago now, or a little bit less than a month, and they talked about the affirmations. What are you telling yourself? Like, maybe you need to put some of those in your car. Maybe you need to go and take them to your job and put them on your office, like all over the place. You need to speak life. So what are you focusing on? Because I'm gonna tell you this: everything that I love Todd and Ashley. Todd is one of my best friends in the whole wide world, and I'm forever thankful that God put this company in my life. I started with Limu, and over time, we went through a lot of bumps and bruises. But I remember the first time I met Todd, he was always, everybody knows this, he's always going to try to do his very best to speak life into you. That he had a gift of doing it. He sees things in you before you see things in yourself. And he would do his very best to make sure it comes out of you. And he pretty already. If you haven't, you will. So I want you to know, when you want to feel the fear and do it anyway. We all have fears, but you really need to do it anyway. And you do that with creating a mindset. It's not going to be easy. It's not. I love that y'all are having success, but it's going to be some things in here that's going to hurt you. And I'm going to be straight up and honest, and guess what? But mindset, you'll be able to get through any of that. You're going to have people walk out of your business. You're going to have people steal from your business. You're going to have people that do you so wrong, but you got to have this mindset. Like, you know what? Todd talks about it all the time. The law of abundance. It's an abundance amount of people here. So do not have this scarcity mindset. When somebody says they're quitting, hey, you know what? If you ever change your mind, I'll be here. I'll be here. No love lost, I'll be here. But it's that mindset you want to develop there. And then, so my tips, tip number one, this is my first tip to creating a winning mindset. Tip number one, you need to wake up every single morning. You need to thank God. You need to, and tell them what you're grateful for. I don't care if it's just a little, but waking up is good enough, because it's somebody who took their last breath last night. But your first one should be waking up and thanking God. What are you grateful for? Matter of fact, start off with his 5 things. Say 5 things that you're grateful for. Your kids, you got a roof over your head. Maybe there's people who sleep on the street. You slept in the bed. So what are you grateful for? For at least 5, and then make it 10. Just take some time and talk to God every morning. Tip number 2, this is something I did not do, everybody. I never read a book all throughout high school or college. I never did. I was the one who skimmed, figured out a way to pass the test. Be honest. I had a mentor one time tell me, he said, Anthony, in order for you to get somewhere, you got to develop the mindset to get there. And I said, well, how you do that? He said, you need to read, find something to read. I was like, but in my mind, I don't like to read, but I wanted to drive a nice car. I wanted to have that type of house that he had. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna read. I remember reading my first book. It's not on here. I should have put it up here, but it was a lady by her name is Danny Johnson, and First Steps to Wealth. She's done network marketing, and she actually talked about in that book. It was very good. She talked about people skills. She talked about network marketing, adversity. She talked about a lot in this little short book. I read it. Wow, that was good. I wonder if I could find another book. So I found another one. So when I started reading, it changed. And these are some of my favorite books. And so you should actually grab these. They're great suggestions. But some people say, well, I don't like to read. Well, I didn't either. So how did I get better? I started small. I did 10 pages a day. Well, my favorite book of all time is the Bible. So matter of fact, if you don't want to read anything, we'll start with the Bible. Just read 10 pages. Open it up, read 10 pages. It'll change your life. But also other books. See, if you want to be a better leader, how many leadership books have you read? You want to be a better network marketer, how many network marketing books have you read? See, all those type of things. Matter of fact, if you want to be in the top 5%, like Todd and Ashley have in their life, you're going to have to do what the other 95% won't do. And 95%, matter of fact, I'm sorry to say, 95% of this room won't start reading books. You can prove me wrong, and I'll be so happy because you know what? I would know this. We would know. Because your mindset would begin to change. So are you going to be the 5% or the 95% is the true question. 10 pages a day, in a month, you'll read 300 pages. That's a whole book. You read a whole book. Hey, trust me, it worked for me the last 12 years. Every month, I'm reading a book. The next one, we all got to drive somewhere. We all go to work. We all go to kids' games. We all go on vacation. We all get on airplanes. Well, you need to start I'm not saying don't listen to your favorite song or don't watch your favorite TV shows, but you need to start putting in a little bit more of some audiobooks or some podcasts or YouTube or recordings that like the Pam and Nate recording that on that call. It's one of those that you got to listen to a lot. Matter of fact, that Jim Rohn one, I've listened to it probably over 1,000 times in my life. The Magic of Part-Time. If you haven't read that one, just go to YouTube, type in Jim Rohn, The Magic of Part-Time. And I listened to that over and over and over. I used to take an 8-hour drive to go help people out. I'm driving Angela, Louisiana, Lafayette, Louisiana, New Orleans, and then I turn back around, go to Houston. I just like Todd and them. We built in the living room, but I listened to audiobooks and YouTube recordings all throughout my career. And so that would be the next tip. Oh, went too far. Tip number 4 is big. You got to cut out the negativity. You got to cut it out. I don't care if it's your spouse. I don't care if it's your kids. I don't care if it's your coworkers. You got to cut out the negativity. You got to figure out a way to separate yourself from the person who's trying to bring you down. The enemy is trying to bring you down. If they I stayed away from my uncle for a while because he used to always tell me this don't work. It don't work. It don't work for people like us. He was talking about it don't work for black people. So he told me it don't work for young people. I was like, okay, I'm gonna show you. And I haven't had a job in 12 years. So because once somebody tells me something I can't do, I figure out. So you got to figure out a way to cut the negativity out. Cut the news off. It's all right. Trust me, if it's something important, you're gonna figure it out. Todd don't ever know when the hurricane is coming. I say, Todd, we got a hurricane coming. I say, nobody knows. Todd doesn't know about negativity. He doesn't. And then this is one of my favorites. You got to surround yourself around like-minded people. You gotta surround yourself around people that are going where you want to go. Matter of fact, I had to start off with two of my favorite people in the whole wide world. It's one of my best friends. But Todd, y'all gonna know a lot of these people. See, you got to surround yourself around the people that you want to go achieve something great with them. And when you start doing that, we're able to lift each other up when we are going through life. So a lot of these, y'all know. A lot of them now are some of my dearest friends. And that's what I love about this, because we can go all over the world. We can go anywhere and you pretty much have a place to go be. So you got to surround yourself around like-minded people. Then tip number 6, my last one, is you stay plugged in. Everybody should give themselves a pat on the back for being here, because this is something that has these events like this have changed my life. Because even when you feel down, hurt, broken, you come to something like this, you get more inspired. And then you're wanting to get out of here and go talk to more people. You're wanting to go, you know what? I forgot about that person. And you also take golden nuggets. But see, Todd says it all the time, but 12 years of doing this, the IPA call is the best call I've ever been on. Because it's a weekly reminder of what I need to be doing to generate income. We learn every single day. It's always one golden nugget that you can take away on there. I promise you. Just get on. And it's some amazing leaders. A lot of y'all have amazing uplines. But each one of y'all are leaders. Ashley, myself, and your leaders shouldn't have to reach out to you about this IPA call. It should be in your calendar. You should set your own alarm, because you're a leader and you want this to happen. So you need to be, hey, I'll call. You need to write them down. You need to have them in your calendar. You need to stay plugged in any way possible. And I believe that's all I have. Yep. So again, go out there, create your winning mindset. But now I get to introduce Todd's better half. I love Todd, but Ashley's thebomb.com. Actually, she's actually going to take it to the next level now. So I talked about the mindset, but now Ashley's going to come up here and she's going to talk about your why. So if you haven't thought about it, you really need to. You should already went to the bathroom, because you don't want to walk out on Ashley, because that's very rude. Is the best. So Ashley, she's going to talk about the why in just a second, but one second.
Set the stage. Are y'all ready for the stage? Woo. This might be a little hard for me, just for us. And I know that you guys know us today, right? But y'all don't really know us when we sat in your shoes. When I say that we started just like you, we really started just like you. And so if we did not, and I can't take credit for this, I have to give Todd the credit because he did this. He set the stage. He was the visionary for us in our family. He was always like years ahead of me. I always say if we had a book and it had 20 chapters, he's probably on chapter 20. I'm still in chapter 1. And if we ever got the same page, it's going to be a massive explosion, because I was always so far behind him and what he was thinking. So he said, we sat down and he drew out our why. So that is the foundation of your business. Because if you do not know why you're here, this is just the vehicle to change where you're at and where you want to go. And your foundation, I mean, your why is either going to be built on one or two things, either rock or the sand. And I give you examples of these. So one thing that I really started doing, and when all the Panama City ladies came in board, I asked them what their why was. I asked them to send me videos of their why, voice recording. I don't care. Just send it to me. Actually, I think Karen sent me, stand up, Karen. She sent me this sweatshirt. She said, I thought of you. And look what it says. Remember your why. Because now they're not quitting the company. They're not quitting partner.co. They're not quitting Skinny Drops. They're now quitting on their why because they actually had to say it. And so I always, with somebody ask me, or if I'm asking somebody their why, which is what I did with Brittany and Jordan's team, I'd ask them, so what is it that you want here? And if they would say, you know, well, I want financial freedom. Well, that's great. Who doesn't want that? Everybody sign up for that. We'd have to go a little bit deeper. So that's why I put on here what, you know, what is your why? You got to really think about that. Is it on a rock or is it on a, and if it's on a sand, you can see right there, you're going to have to dig a little bit deeper. And that's where I was. I was probably in the sand and Todd was on the rock. So this is us. This is us right before we started. That was our world. He ate, slept, and breathed football. But we were broke. We were broke, but we were happy. So he said, let's draw this out. We were driving home from Fort Smith, Arkansas, and going back home to Tennessee. And he actually started drawing like what our house looked like. And he got very detailed. And I'm sitting here thinking, whatever, you know, just whatever. But he gets so detailed. Sorry. He starts writing out like the exact amount, how much land, how much it's going to cost, you know, where the pool's at. I mean, he's laying it all out. And then we have to frame it. And then he puts that, we have it in our house. We have it in his coach's office. We have it in our kitchen. We had it everywhere because days did get hard. I mean, nobody on the coaching staff, there was 10 coaches on the coaching staff and not one of them joined us or him at the time because I was at home with the kids. So if we were to quit, we weren't quitting the company. We were quitting this. We would wad it up and throw it in the trash. Because see, we had a fencing company. I painted houses. I waited tables. I mean, we did stuff, right, to make extra income, but it never got us ahead. So that's where our starts. Remember that he drew? That was 10 years later. So 10 years later, we bought exactly what he drew out. We had the horses. That's our daughter. So we went and got the horses. That was our barn. 40 acres in North. So it happens. It happens. Get detailed. Very detailed. But we didn't quit. But here's what when you don't know what you don't know and you start, we just thought that's what we wanted, right? Well, let me share with you what we really got from what not quitting. That's our youngest right there, just went off to college. This is what it's about. What? Oh. Okay, sorry. I didn't. I forgot. I didn't even think about it. I was actually just looking. She won an award. Anyway, this is what it's about. We took off for 8 years. we coached our kids. He got to coach them on the sidelines for middle school, high school. And then 2 of our kids went off to college and played college sports, and we never missed a game. It's not like they were in our backyard, right? We traveled to go see them. This I'll let you share.
So that son, we have 4 children, but that son was born when I was coaching in Arkansas when we won the state championship. For those that follow football, our quarterback at the time when we won some of those state championships was a guy named Matt Jones that ended up being a 4-year starter at Arkansas and the 19th overall pick. So for whatever reason, although I got out of coaching before he turned 5 years old and we moved out of Arkansas, he's an Arkansas fan, like crazy fan. So anyway, he ended up getting to go play football at Lee. And then
and that was a struggle because he's the smallest kid.
yeah, he was not good enough to play Division I football, really. But they asked him to come without a scholarship. So
Oh God.
I told him it's your choice. You can go to a small college and play, or you can go to a big college and have the experience. And he ended up getting to play a little bit, but he did not make the travel team. And his last year, he was playing for Hugh Freeze, asked him would he want to coach. And so Hugh Freeze made him his signal caller. And so that picture on the left was him coaching on the sideline in Arkansas. So it's just, everybody wants those things for your kids. But as a coach, I probably couldn't have paid for my son to go play football if he didn't have the scholarship. He would have to go to small school for it. So when you get money, you get a lot of options on your side, big time.
Dream. That was Cade's dream. He said, Mom, I see myself on that field at Arkansas. I see myself. He just thought it was going to be as a player, right? He didn't know it was going to come in the package of being as a coach. But we could have never done that had we stayed, had we quit. We didn't know how much. I mean, you just don't know what you don't know, because when we drew out our why, that's what we were going after, but there's so much more on the other side. And then we get to all of our kids have seen the world. They've traveled everywhere because we got to be full-time parents. It's just so anyway. One thing I did with these girls, and if you know me, and when I talk to you, ask you why are you here? What do you want? And so I have to say the first one that I've ever had come at me that I had to go, and we kind of laughed about it. But then I was like, that's kind of genius. So we're sitting here and we're like talking about our whys, like they're sharing, everybody's sharing. And she just said, I want to build my dream home. I was like, okay, great. What does that look like? 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. I was like, great. What's the next thing that as a woman you would think? Kitchen. Thank you. Yeah. Nope. I don't want a kitchen. I was like, wait, what? No, a house with no kitchen? She was like, no, I don't cook. We eat out. Why would I want a kitchen? I was like, oh. But after I started thinking about it, I was like, wow, that's kind of genius. Nobody's got time for it. So my goal is to help this lady build her house with no kitchen. Share. All right, so I'm just going to have some people share real quick.
So my why is to be a stay-at-home mom. I'm tired of strangers I'm tired of strangers raising my babies. I just want to be able to take care of my kids. I want to be able to stay home. I want to retire my husband. I want us to be able to travel and be home as a family. My why is basically Todd and Ashley's why.
When I talked to her the very first time on the phone, it was amazing. And she immediately told, I didn't even ask, I don't think.
This one's going to be tough to get through. I did retire my husband, but I'm still working. And from the time my kids were 3 years old and 3 months old, I was back in school, working full time. My whole life has been missing my kids, everything they've done. And I just want more time with them. And this has already given me the opportunity. I quit a job in the ER. Like, I am ticking them off. I am taking out the trading time for money. Oh, my son is here with me. My son's here with me this weekend. I took him out of school Thursday and Friday. I said, you know what? You are coming on this trip with me. And we just have had such incredible 3 days. And it is all because of the company. It is all because of, well, I prayed for this. I prayed so hard for this, and it's here.
She had a countdown clock. I had never met somebody that had a countdown clock. I just think that's amazing. So that's why we're here. That's what this is about. That's what this vehicle's for, is for you to go out and achieve something that you can't get with what you're currently doing. And you got to get real with yourself. That's it. It's easy, like, right? It's get real with yourself, but then that's hard because I wasn't raised to dream. I didn't know what that looked like. I didn't even know, like, what do I want for myself? Like, what? Like, I don't know. I don't know. But that was because of him that taught me to dream. So if you don't know how to dream, find somebody that does and lean on them and learn from that. So anyway, that's what we do. I do that every day. That's my goal. That's our goal. That's what we're here for. That's what, you know.
Okay, so I want to shorten mine down a little bit so we can stay on track, because what I'm training on is maybe the least important. This has been one of the better trainings I've ever seen in 20 years. And like, if you would just go do what you've heard today, heard the successful people, just go do it. Like, don't be good at it. Just go do what they're doing. Post at 9, post at 3, use the boards, use the scripts, follow up, get them in the groups. Like, just do it. You'd be amazed what action can create. But I do want to, so that this subject was supposed to be mindset and money. I'm only going to say 2 or 3 things on. I wrote down, I wanted to use some personable. So when I met Brittany the first time, we set up a Zoom, and when she showed up, I couldn't see her. I said, can I help you get your camera on? Do you know where the thing? Oh, no, my camera doesn't work on this device. I don't have one. So our first couple of Zooms with Brittany, she wasn't even there. Yeah. So, but today, if you do a Zoom with Brittany, I think she maybe has one of the best presence on Zoom of anybody. Like, her and Jeremy went and bought like an incredible camera. I don't know what they're using, but it looks so clear. Her and Lindsay started a podcast together, which means they went and bought good mics. And y'all have a mixer or just a mic? Okay. Y'all just use the Riverside? Okay. They subscribe to the River. So if you don't know anything about podcasts, and there's a platform called Riverside. It's an app. You can download it, use the free form or the paid form, whichever one. But what she did with her mindset is because I train this a lot, like Zooms, if you don't ever want to do anything but build from your house with your kids on your lap, you're finally able to do that. Like, that wasn't the case up until just a couple of years ago. But just like when you meet somebody in person, how you greet them, are you smiling, are you frowning, are you shaking their hand? Like, your presence. I'm not the best dresser, but I dress appropriate. So appropriate dressing. But Zooms are the same way. So if you're with no lighting and your mic's bad and your camera's on and off and your audio's coming and going, like all of those things matter. So when we talk about Jordan and Brittany having a lot of success, it started with, she heard us say, have a good presence on Zoom, and she went and got a good presence on Zoom. So Hillary, I see you back there. So I'm an like I can never learn enough. So Ashley Antley introduced me to Hillary, who's over in Port St. Joe, and I went to Hillary's TikTok, and I'm like, oh my God, this lady is unbelievable. It's like I will sit and study Hillary on TikTok, and like, how does she say? Like, and she'll tell you the first time I met her, I wanted to know what camera are you using, what are you doing, how are you doing this, how are you doing that. So I want to know how to TikTok. Hillary is your girl, and I encourage you to follow her. She's got like 3 different accounts. She can give you whichever one she wants you to follow, but she's amazing, absolutely amazing. So go watch those people, go learn from them. I learned this from Elon Musk, because anybody that's the richest person in the world, outside of 1 or 2 of them, I want to know I want to know how they think, what goes through their mind. So Elon is really big on that. If a person wants to be really smart and get ahead in life, college is not necessary anymore. He's not anti-college, nor am I. All 4 of my kids went to college, and I wanted them to. But what he says is, you can learn way more on YouTube than you could ever learn at college now. So it goes back to what Anthony said. You know, your hour or 2 hours free time, are you a veg on the couch watching some stupid show and getting negativity put in your brain watching news? Are you on YouTube learning how to be a better Zoomer or a better podcaster or a better communicator? Are you listening to maybe some of the better doctors out there that really understand the blood sugars and the weight, and you're getting answers put into your head so you'll know how to answer things? I do have my master's in nutrition, but I would say 70% of my knowledge, because my master's was 20 plus years ago. So a lot of science has evolved, and mine was more centered around athletic performance than it was lifestyle diseases, which I deal with today. So I would say 70% of what I know comes from listening to the right doctor driving down the road. So it's available to all of us. So what you put in is going to dictate what you're able to put out. And sometimes people are with me 3, 4, 5 years, and they don't have any ability to help somebody 4 years in. They never really grew their mind. They're still in the same spot they were. So just know that. What we're going to do real quick, I want you to understand the money and how to build. So is that okay? No, that's good. No, that's good. That's all I need to know. Probably going to take me like 9 minutes. So, okay. So this Robin Perone is one of the few people that doesn't mind me doing this. I called her this morning. I said, Robin, I know you can't, but would you mind me showing your checks? Oh, no, show my checks. It'll fire everybody up. So I do have her permission, but there's Robin's income from the company. So that's, and by the way, to give you an income disclosure, reason she's made more than anybody else has had in that time. It's normal. This is very abnormal. But I'm going to, what I want you to do is see this. I'm going to show you how it happened. Like, you'll understand now where it came from. So this is what she's made in the pay plan, which has now triggered a trip for 2 to the Tahiti. So her and her husband both will be going to Tahiti 7 nights, 8 days for free. That's not a normal vacation when we go to Tahiti. That's like a $15,000 vacation. It's not a cheap one. So she's won that. She got a $7,000 dump into her reward dollars, which we're not even going to go into today, but that gave her $7,000 worth of free drops. So I think it was 60 boxes she ordered, which was 138, all profit. So she's made about 60 more thousand in retail sales. She's right at 1,000 boxes sold. So Robin did she did 2 things right. The first thing she did was post skinny drops and sell them. She did right was she connected Ashley and Kim Gray to some of her skinny drop customers. Robin did her first Zoom ever like 4 days ago. Like, she's just now even willing to learn how to actually work the business. But some people won't get out of their own way. Meaning, like, Robin could have said, no, I don't want you talking to my girls. Or they're my girls. Like, a lot of people, trust happens all the time. I see it with everybody. Humans are really funny. So like, they're trying to help you. Are you crazy? So 110,000 because she posted skinny drops she started collecting money on Venmo and connecting Kim and Ashley to people. So now we're going to show you the paper where you can understand how that happened. Show you in real life. By the way, I do need to show you one other thing. You know what? It's going to come in a second. I've got to skip a lot of this for time. So we're paid a number of different ways. Your first money is your retail money. We've been talking about it all day. That's what you're collecting on Venmo when you sell a box of drops. New volume bonus. Would you mind coming up here? I'm going to need Krista. No, I need Ashley, Antley. I need Stephanie, and I need Misty. Those y'all are her three legs. Yeah, it doesn't matter how y'all get. So three, and then you stand under Ashley. And then Misty, come on the other side of me. And Ashley, right here. And then you stand in front of Ashley, Krista. Misty, you're on this side. You'll understand why in just a second. Okay. So one thing that Kim Gray had figured out years ago, because she was selling a lot of products, she just wasn't selling skinny drops only, is that she'd already figured out long ago how to take a order and in your back office, place it on somebody you personally sponsor. Because if you personally sponsor somebody during that first 4 weeks, during that first 4 weeks, as long as you're open, I'm not going to explain how to get there, mainly knows, but you're going to make 30% back of whatever volume points you're buying, as long as you put it on somebody you personally sponsored in the first, as long as it's within their first 4 Fridays. Your back office allows you to do it. Like the company built it that way for us. So really quickly, Robin figured that out. So what Robin would do with her customer, that GR was a customer, she would call GR up and say, listen, I got to place another 10-pack order today. If you'll pay your $29.95 and get the system, you're not going to get any free product, but I'll qualify your business because I need somebody to put a 10-pack order on. So she started getting all kind of people in the business and getting on them all the ultimate, because that's the most lucrative way for her to get these 10-packs she was selling nonstop. Well, these 3 girls right here, let's do it the other way, Ashley in front. These 3 girls were the first 3 that actually, once they got on the Zoom, actually converted and started selling and communicating with Ashley and Kim. So let's pay. Because this is the residual income retirement you're going to try to build. I personally like building 3 legs. Perfectly okay with 2, but I like 3. I don't want you to go, I don't think it's good to go much more than that, because you've got to make people money and create stability. Like the whole job here is to make other people money. The only reason I don't like 2 legs is because it plays games with people's minds when it flips back and forth. I like 3 legs because the way our system works in base pay is you're going to get 15% unlimited on every leg of business you ever build. With that, like if you've been in another company, there's no exception. When people sign up and buy their product, you get 15%. People have an auto ship, you get 15% of the auto ship. Somebody goes and makes a random purchase, you get 15%. Somebody orders a 10-pack, you get 15% if it's on the line. So you're for Robin, like you just saw her $50,000 paycheck to the company. And I don't know if these are the exact numbers, but it doesn't matter because Robin has 3 legs. So Stephanie is 1 leg. Where's Ursula at? Come on up here with Stephanie, Ursula. And then you got Ashley, and then Lisa, if you don't mind, come up here with Misty. And just kind of stand behind them. And just kind of gives you a visual. So it's 15% unlimited of any transaction that anywhere in the world, in all the world we do business, doesn't matter. It could be in the UAE, it could be in France, it could be in Italy, it could be in Canada, it could be here. The system does all the translations of the currencies, and you get paid the following Friday. Weeks end on Friday night at midnight, the following Friday, get your paycheck. It was 15% unlimited, no matter what. All right, so like in this particular situation, 4,800 points were sold. In leg 1, 4,000, leg 2, 2,000 here. So on that particular scenario, you're paid on the second and third leg, which is 600 and 300. When you multiply the 15%, you made 900 for the week. All right, so now you got to know how to build. So, again, like I mentioned Reese, I mentioned Brittany, how to Zoom. So Reese came in after Ashley won him over with some money, because Reese was one of those negative husbands too. Reese immediately wanted to master the back office. Like he would ride with me like to Dothan and back, asking nothing but analytical back office questions. And I'm thinking, this is not what he should be asking, but I'm going to answer it anyway. She's making money. He's trying to ask me questions about the back office. But he mastered it. Like he knows how to place everybody in their business now. He needs no help. Like he mastered it. But you can't do that in one sitting. You got to feel it a little bit. Somebody up in the business, you're going to be a personal sponsor, and then you're going to place them at the bottom of one of the weaker legs. At the very bottom. I always tell people, on your people, drive straight down. Don't get in the business of building two legs for people, because you'll always lose that battle. Never win, ever. Build straight down one leg. Let them build their pay legs. So right here in this scenario, you can get these legs. One's the biggest for the week. So if I was going to sponsor somebody, it'd be on leg 2 or 3. If you're just looking at volume, it's obviously leg 2. It's the smaller leg. But there's also combinations of people in the same area. Like there's other factors you'll get into that we won't talk about. So that is under my money. You go into your back office, click on my money volume. That is really, and Anthony will tell you this, that's what I ever look at on a daily basis. I just need to know. I really don't ever look at mine because I got all mine memorized in my head. But I look at others for them all the time and trying to helping them place people. So then we go back and we place it at the bottom of the leg we just identified. And that's done in the back office. So when you go in your back office, you click enroll. When you click enroll, if you're the one personally sponsoring, it's already tagged. You sign somebody up and ask you 2 questions. Who's the sponsor and where are you placing them? So if Ashley had somebody, she's going to personally sponsor them, but maybe back under Samantha back there, Samantha's the very bottom. Wouldn't matter if Samantha was 400 levels deep. It's 15% unlimited, without exception, without breakaway, without anything. It's 15% unlimited, period. There is nothing you could ask that would change that. So 100 levels deep, Samantha sits. So what she's going to do now is go to the next step, which is the placement. So she's going to personally sponsor, but place them under Samantha. So do not default, because if you default, it'll be one of the 20 people that Ashley's trying to move your person for you the next day. That's all, very seldom ever going to put it in the right place. Go click on graphic tree. And when you click on graphic tree, your organization pulls up. And if they have available legs, you'll see a dotted circle. If you put your finger on that dotted circle, it pulls it up and throws it in to this placement tree. So like if I went all the way down to Samantha and Samantha had leg 1 growing and she had leg 2, I was going to place somebody, I click on the dot and boom, right underneath Samantha it goes. And so what happens is all 100 people between Ashley Antley and Samantha get credit for whatever volume of that new person. Like maybe a lot of their power legs, even the case, the power leg's equally as important as the pay leg. Without a power leg, you don't have a pay leg. But remember, our company's very different. We're not a binary. You can build 10 legs. And if you do, you're paid 15% unlimited of 9 of the 10. You're just not paid on the biggest. In this area pay, you are paid in what we call matching check. All right, so here's the part you've got to understand. Generally speaking, you're never going to find who you're looking for yourself. It's not going to happen. It just generally doesn't. So how did all of these girls end up in Ashton and I's business? Because Mr. Walt was bulldozing our land last January. And Mr. Walt and I made a little deal. He wanted to lose some weight, and I was tired of paying him $250 an hour because he was really slow on that bulldozer. So I said, 2 hours of free bulldozing, and I'll put you in the system with a 2-month supply of weight loss products. We shook hands, and we did it. And for about 6 weeks, he didn't like the taste of MOA. He couldn't remember to take his drops. And he only ever tried to get me to talk to one person. That was Robin. And Robin would never talk to him. I called her. She never would meet me. She set up an appointment. She canceled. But finally, 6 weeks, kitchen table was in the evening, and she joined. And then the rest has become history at that point. But then she got Stephanie on leg and Ashton on leg, Mission on leg. So now, how did Robin make? Let's go back to this. I won't waste time. I don't want to run us over. So Robin made, week before last, she made $3,000 in base pay. I think it was $3,800 for the week. How did she do that? She has these legs growing. So Ashley and Krista, right now, if anybody's competitive, Like their leg does in volume weekly. That's what we call optimizing here, like their whole groups. But remember, Ashley knew Krista, but Krista's best person is
Amanda and Jennifer.
Jennifer. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was a trick question, wasn't it?
Upper leg.
Okay, so Jennifer's one leg for you, Amanda's the other. Okay, so remember, everybody's doing the same thing. So this is one leg for Robin, but for Chris, at least probably three in the early days. So Jennifer, he offered from sold 100 boxes, one person, but then Amanda, who Krista didn't know, she was just consistent posting every day. Amanda in Texas is the one that sold now like 200 boxes in her first 60 days and has put in who knows how many people. She's signing up people every day now by herself. So all of that, Robin doesn't even know who Amanda is. She knew Ashley and Krista. Krista didn't know who Amanda was. And I don't even know who the people Amanda are signing up. Like it just gets away from you if you get a duplicatable system. But so that leg's been doing that. But then last went through the roof. You heard Misty say earlier that she had signed up somebody that really hadn't done a whole lot. But that somebody signed up.
Me?
Yeah. So remember, Robin gets paid unlimited. That's the power leg right there. Stephanie and Misty are the pay legs. So Misty, remember that Misty signed up in April. So it's been April to now. But 2 weeks ago, a girl that she knew in Missouri knew Lisa. Lisa sold, was it 8 or 9 10 packs in the first? Yeah.
6 more. And it froze my account.
She ordered her first week 8 10 packs and sold them all. So she made the profit on 8 10 packs. But that's 1,000 volume points that went into that leg, and that leg ended up optimizing. And when you optimize, it kicks in bonus money. She couldn't even keep up. Everybody just kept ordering. All those were orders coming in. Every time she thought she had enough coming, there was 10 more that sold.
The really funny part about this is when we were on a Zoom, she's like, I'm just going to order a 4-pack. Me and Melissa are like, no, you're going to sell more than that. You need more. I'm just going to order the 4-pack.
I don't know.
No, it don't. Like nobody really knows they can do this. I have people every day tell me they're going to become a millionaire here that don't return my phone call a week later. And I have people tell me all the time they would never do this. And you can't shut them up now. Like you could stop them if your life depended on it. Reese is one of them. Okay, and then Stephanie, Ursula and Stephanie are behind right now. So these are the 2 bigger legs, but they're still a pay leg. But think about this point. How many boxes have you sold?
About 150.
You sold
250.
I mean,
I have about 38. Yeah. And yeah, so about 38.
so how would you like to have that for a week leg? Okay. So what you do is you just stay steady until it takes off. But what I want you to see on the visual of this is this can go forever. So like every person that's joining is equally as important to you. Like you're always connecting to the next person. Remember, I don't work with Walt. I would absolutely do something for him. I don't work really with Robin. I work with these guys, or Ashley works with these guys. And then in a lot of cases now, I never really work with Ashley and Reese anymore because they're self-proficient. I may be working with Angela Nix up in Huntsville instead of them because Angela's newer and I might be in Huntsville doing a meeting. I was in Huntsville doing a meeting in our living room. So I'm always just going deeper, next relationships. And the reason I say I'm doing that is what you got to do. Like you cannot get in this closet of thinking you're going to go sponsor the great. You got to learn how to work with people, invest into people, have other people make money, build relationships, build friends. And somewhere through there is your diamond. Somewhere. Okay. Thank you, guys. Last thing I'm going to say, this piece of the pay plan right here, completely separate, has nothing to do with anything. This works if you only have one leg. This is what makes our company so unique. It's called matching. Now, totally separate area. You sponsor somebody. I personally sponsor Travis, but I stick him underneath Samantha 100 levels deep. That part doesn't matter. He's still a personal sponsor. And in matching check, on your first generation, you get a 15% match for life. No breakaway, no minimum, and no cap. Like nothing. Travis makes $1 next Friday, I'll get a 15% match. If Travis makes $100 next Friday, I'll get a $15 match. But if Travis and Krista go crazy, and I didn't sponsor them, Robin did. So Robin, I'll use Robin. So Robin, if they go out 5 years from now, make $1 million at this, don't get their million, Robin will get 150,000. But remember the bulldozer guy Walt? Walt sponsored Robin. Robin sponsored actually. So they're on Walt's third level. So on the second level, meaning that when the first generation sponsors somebody, it's a 10% match for life. And then the way this just worked for Robin, they're on her third generation. I'm sorry, for Walt. Walt sponsored Robin first. Robin sponsored Ashley second. Ashley sponsored Krista. So Krista's on Walt's third. So if Krista makes $1 million, Walt gets a 5% match. So Walt last Friday.
So this is Robin's first generation. This is Robin's second generation. And then Jennifer I'll be Jennifer. So Jennifer would be Robin's third generation.
Okay, so the only thing I'm going to say there is that first 3 generations unlocks for life. You do not have to requalify as long as you win ultimate. Your ultimate is locked in forever. So those first 3 generations protect you here. If you sponsor one good person, you could sit back one day. Like Walt's paychecks now are averaging between $500 and $800 a week. He doesn't have a pay leg. He gets no new volume bonus. He has an auto ship to stay qualified. Him and his parents now love the MOA, and he knows y'all better than himself. The one thing I figured out Walt does when he's in that white truck overlooking his bulldozers, he's in that back office in his tree seeing who signed up for the day. Because he'll call us and say, "Where's such and such come from?" I'm like, Walt, will you quit looking in your back office and put me in front of somebody and let's build a pay leg? But I told him, I said, just if you don't want to, just hang 2 or 3 years down the road, if nothing screws this up, you might be making 3 times more not working than you do in your bulldozer company. So like that doesn't exist. I always got to so that being said, turn it back to Rick.
Out of here all day talking. So it's been such a blessing to get to know them. We're covered some of the stuff as far as like people. One thing we do, we're gonna run it. All right. There's right there. Are these in or no? All right, let me grab this. This is the boring section, I guess you could say, and this isn't. I'm not like Stephanie. I look at the back of Ashley every single day and multiple times a day. I'm always looking to see the different things that we can do. And there's so many good, like when I first came on, I'm very analytical. As Todd said, like, he's like, why are you asking me all these questions? But I have to understand it. And there's other people like me. So, anyways, with that said, I rode with Todd to learn the pay plan, to learn the back office. As he said, I would ride with him. But since then, I was like, hey, Todd, they need to do this. They need to do that. And started texting Kim Bailey. But the IT team has done such a wonderful job getting the back office to where you can get your information quickly. There's still some bugs and stuff like that. But one that I wanted just real quick, Todd was talking about enroll. I know a lot of people use smart links to enroll people, but a lot of times you go in and you hit your enroll, and now that we have the scroll up a little bit, Todd, back to the top, you have the placement key. That's huge just in the fact that you can go ahead and send somebody a link if you're out and about or whatever. But the key is where you do that link. Todd, hit enroll real quick. Most people are going to hit get started right there and then go create the smart link. The problem with that is going to default and then put it under somebody. It won't go into the placement queue. So right here at this point, that's where you want to hit smart link. Create your smart link right there. And that then once you do that, you name your link, put in a pin, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever you're going to do. You're just going to name that. And then you're going to generate your link and you'll send that. And then that link's going to be, you can use that link for everybody. So when you're out, you can send it to them real quick. You don't have to go in there and try to assign them then. And then you have 48 hours to go into the placement. Oh, he's sending that. So, but you'll have 48 hours to go into the placement and to place somebody. And then you go into, as Todd was showing you, you go into your tree. First, you go into your volume, see where you're going to place that person, your lowest, your weakest, very bottom of that leg. And you're going to go in place, hit your button. You want to pull that up? You can pull that up. Yeah, I want you to go to volume. And we're just talking exactly what Todd said. So if I'm going to place somebody, I'm not going to look at any carryover volume or any of this. I'm going to look at this base commissional volume right here for the most part, and then sometimes taking a, take into account the new volume bonus. But I'm going to look, and right now that 504 is the least. So I'm going to make sure I'm going into line 2. So when I go into the tree and I go to the placement queue, I'm going to put it at the very bottom of leg 2. At the very, very bottom, that's going to help the most people, which Todd's already explained all that, so I don't want to spend much time on that. To the dashboard, quick. So right now, we have other things now. Used to, you would have to go into that volume report, like Todd said. I spent all my time in volume report. Now you can just click this arrow right here. Click the eyeball. Okay. So now you're actually showing base commissions, your new volume bonuses, and your retail incentive. And that was last week for your base commission. So that right there, like that's what I would do every single day. Several times a day, I would go to my volume report and figure that out. Now, okay, so it's just when you come here, you see savings bonus, and then just hit one of the arrows either way. And then when you hit that arrow, you hit the eyeball, and it'll open it up. You hit settings, it'll take you to your volume report. Or actually, it takes you commission summary right there. If you hit that little gear. Yep, the gear. Yep. And that'll take you commission summaries if you want to see that. But, all right, so while we're that's fine. No, that's fine. It's fine. So the next piece we'll talk about is you also have your running totals right here, but this includes your carryover volumes. But you can see your power leg. You can see where everything's at. I look at that just to kind of get an idea of where we're at and see who's doing what during the day. Turn it on. We'll get it in a minute.
So we're talking about passive residual income. So there's nothing occurred today. Everybody on Robin's team is here. Like nobody sold anything today. That's what she woke up to this morning. So like last night since midnight, Robin has made 2,600 times 15%. It's 260.
Base commissions.
Oh, thank you. Lord have mercy. I can't do my math anymore. I'm gonna make me lazy. But she made $400 since midnight last night with no activity. That's just auto ship activity. That's just people out there. That's what you call sleeping money, mailbox money, direct deposit money, whatever you want to call it.
So that'll give you roughly what your check's going to be other than matching. That'll be what you're matching without matching bonus. And it's even got retail incentive in there. So anything was going to show up there. And if it's a new volume, if it's a new customer, it'll show up a new volume bonus. And then it'll actually show any team lead bonus in that new volume bonus. So all your money is right there for the most part. Because you don't know matching check until the end of the week anyways. The next piece is your title advancement. A lot of people are really looking at that all the time. Some people don't, some people do. I know we look at it because we're trying to hit senior officer. So it's one of the big things that we're looking at. It's just good. We're going to, we're getting there. But with that said, that's just going to be title advancement. Scroll down. All right, this is where a lot of people are going to ask, what is your qualifying week? If you do, when you go in and you do your initial order, it's going to pop up and tell whoever it is their qualifying week. But if you don't do it or you roll out of it, that disappears. So then you got to go figure it out on your own. And then I'll talk just real quick on here. Auto balance is another thing that gets you, it basically is volume, your preferred customer volume, which is PC volume. Qualifying is going to be take it out of you because that is what you need to qualify. So it's your subscribe and save for yourself to qualify you. So you see that right here on qualifying volume. Robin's week was the purple week. There's 100 here, but she had 84.76. She auto balanced 60. She's going to get at least 15% on that. So that auto balance is an extra thing that's not in that top number either. All right. One more down. Do you have anybody that shows the business level? Yeah, like a new person on that. It's okay. I mean, that's just, if you want to real quick, we'll look at some of the other reports while you do that. Okay. All right. That's fine. While he's waiting, any questions on what I just talked about? Anything? All right. I'm going to do it. Yep. We'll do the striking report here in just a second. Yes. If they come in from outside on their own and find you and do it that way, it will put them in the placement queue as well. So, but yes, the only other way is if you just went in and did it for them, but you send them the link, or if they come in from that name in there, it'll go into the placement. Huh? You lost. Sorry with that. I don't know how else to. Ashley tells me all the time I'm not a good teacher with this, by the way. So either why that but hey, the company has given us so many reports to really help you. We're going to look at striking distance here. Is anybody using striking distance right now? Striking distance is absolutely huge for you and your team. Yeah, it's new from Orlando, which is awesome. All right. Yeah. All right. Scroll down and let's look at back to their qualifying. Let's see. Oh, she's already ultimate, so we can't see that, but you can see it here on the 21 days left to qualify. If you needed to know what your ultimate to get to ultimate or to get to that next level, it will be right there. And then it also tells you how many days you have left to qualify. The other place you can see that is in striking distance. Todd, you know how you can go to striking distance, hit the menu. So you're going to hit menu. Yep. And then go striking distance. All right. So here is going to show you so when you look here, it's not everybody in your tree. It's only people within their first 4 weeks or people that have pay line volume. So you might only see half of your people this week, and then sometime next week you'll see some different people. But this is going to tell you, you can tell anybody, you can hit points to next business level. This is for your ultimate level. So right now we see Huey Gibson needs 424 right now to get from business to elite. So you can call Huey and say, hey, you got to get that. So when it's within 280. So what I do is I go in and you can click these little arrows and you can actually sort the number. So it'll sort it in order. These arrows right here. Yep, just like that. So right now I can look and say, oh, right here, this is a perfect example. Kenna Pope, she only needs 8 to hit ultimate right now. So you say, hey, do an order real quick. So there you go. So this gives you the ability. I spent when I first, Jerry and I talked several times trying to come up with databases that we could keep up with this. And now the company has this. You guys don't know how big that is. Are you going to ask something, Brittany?
Following striking report, but it keeps throwing me off when they have zeros across because I don't know how to tell if they're going to advance up unless I sign into them.
So it has, okay. So if they have zeros across, all the way across, either it means one, they don't have pay line volume or whatnot. But if they advance, can you scroll back out just a little bit? All right, perfect. So right here on the estimated pay line volume needed for next title, it's 0. That means they've already advanced for this week. Normal. Hey, go ahead.
And also, today is really a bad day to kind of look at it because it's just rolling off of subscriptions.
Right.
So it's only rolling off subscriptions. So you don't have any, you look at something like this on that Wednesday, Thursday, and that's how you really can start seeing the numbers come in of who's really getting closer when they start doing the 10 packs and the 4 packs and they start really going. You come back here on Wednesday or Thursday, and I always tell people, like, today might not be the best day. I mean, you can, but Wednesday or Thursday is that day.
Thursday is definitely, that's the day that I go in and that's when I start hitting everybody. Hey, you're short. Hey, you're short. Or you only need this or you only need that. And that way they can go in and place an order or figure out how we can get them and get them moved up. So you get it for business level and you get it for your next title advancement. So again, you can sort on all these by their values. You can also click on the little plus sign on one of the sides. Click on like the one on Miss Poe, right? The one that's got 8 left right there. Right there. So see, that's where it comes in and it'll pop up. It'll actually show you next title and all that. And it's all right here and how much pay line volume they have. So I guess they put in an order yesterday for that. And so right now she has 0. All she needs is 8 right there and it's going to give it to her. So use that report because that report will help you build your business. Very much so. All right. Go hit menu again, Todd. The next couple, we're going to look at just a couple of more. Of course, inside of TreeView, how many people in here use TreeView? So y'all all know that you have to expand it out to see everybody, right? Because that's one of the ones that we get. Todd, you want to show that real quick? So right here in max levels to display, if you leave 5 in there and hit run, and then you don't know how many people call me and say, hey, I don't see my people. And it's because I hadn't done a good job of telling them you got to expand it out. Because as your team grows, it's only going to show you those levels for max levels to display. So if you put 5, it's only going to show 5 levels down. So, so there you go. So I just wanted to throw that tip in there because a lot of people miss that and are like, wow, I didn't know that. All right, next one. Go back to our back office. All right. Back to menu, and we'll go to my money. Todd already showed you volume. That is like the absolute most important one to me. And they really did a good job of updating that and giving us some numbers there. But commission summaries, Todd showed you a little bit on that. But this is another thing that just popped up. When he runs that, he showed it a little bit earlier down in the bottom. It actually will show you all of your information for anything that you've pulled. So that's for those 4 weeks. Total base commissions, your matching bonus, your new volume bonus, your total commission with volume, and then any adjustments that might have been there. And that's any returns or anything like that. Check total, 1576 right there. That's everything. Yeah, that's on top of her retail profit. So whatever she made retail, which was probably $1,500. Yeah. So she made 40,000, then has that, then she's going to have more rolling on that. So, I mean, that's crazy. So so she's within her, that's just in her 4 weeks. That's absolutely crazy. So it tells you what can be done. But those are key right there when you're chasing things like Tahiti, because you can go up there from to 2 and load in the whole thing, and it'll tell you that check total like you did for Robin. So you can see exactly what you need. Right before this, about 2 days ago, you had to go in there and add everything up, add everything up, add everything up. They got that in there. Again, the IT team is listening. So if there's anything you see that you like, oh, this would really help, let us know and we can get that. Anything else? No. Hit the menu. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. There, and then of course, order, my reports. Real quick, this is something I send to Anthony, and I think a bunch of us are sending it to Anthony. The promotion advancements. What were you gonna say? Say it, Stephanie. So, hey, promotion advancement. This is big to promote and really, brag on your team. We send these over to Anthony. Anthony does them. So you see all this stuff coming out that's got like showing like promotion advancements. This is where it comes from. You can just pull whatever week it is, send it to Anthony. He does all the nice stuff. I'm stacking more on Anthony. But no, you can do it yourself. You go in there and make a graphic for them, but it tells you what their advancement is. So previous title, and then it tells you their next title. So new title is senior team lead. So you see Carla she was this was for last week. She was team lead. Now she's senior team lead. You can go do a graphic for her. And now you can brag on her. That goes such a long way. You've heard, you see Todd doing it all the time and everybody doing it all the time. All right. That's all I got for back office unless you got questions on it. Yes.
What do you train your new people initially, just in back office?
Just in back office, only thing I show them really is where their volume is. And then I show them pretty much just where their volume is and their tracker for ultimate. Yeah. Oh, that's partner.copay, but I think that will. Okay. All right. Go to, so in my money, partner copay, because we get questions all the time here because now that you don't have to put your social security in, people are getting money and they're like, hey, I hadn't got paid. I should have been getting paid. Well, you hadn't put in bank account information, and you'll do that right here. And then you're going to go to direct deposit. You're going to edit direct deposit information, make sure that's 100% and put in all your bank information. The other piece there, you're going to put in on the bottom, or you go, wherever the social security is. Go back to partner copay. There you go, social security. Don't go in there and put in your social security. If you don't have direct deposit and you don't have social security, you don't get paid. So just make sure you've done that. Make sure your team knows to do that. Anything else? Oh, and then you can add a spouse. I didn't know that. That's one I didn't know. Yeah, I just keep it out of my. All right. Next up, Jerry and Allison. Where y'all at? Come on. Y'all back there selling stuff. Jerry is very analytical, like I am. Allison was another one of the Puerto Rico girls. They're Todd's family. That tell you, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but Jerry and Allison were on Todd's chicken list because they're for 20 years because they're such. Yeah, if y'all heard Turner, he owned the largest telephone company in the state of Mississippi. They run 4 different businesses. Brittany knows them through one. You talk about a busy life, they got a busy life. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Clarify that was a competitive telephone company. That AT&T is still the largest. Although I would have liked to overtake him. So my question that they asked me is, how do I manage multiple businesses and do partner co? So just curious, how many people have other businesses that they're running too? Just a good many too. And full-time jobs. A lot of you got full-time jobs too. Allison had a full-time job. I had a full-time job. What other different things? Oh, okay. Well, we'll go ahead and get started then. But just look, what he said, we have 2 flea markets. We have about 32 retail fireworks stands. I had a wholesale business, but I kind of got out of that. But I do import fireworks direct from China. And that's a big undertaking twice a year. 2 phone companies, a wireless data company. We make portable buildings. a U-Haul dealership, and a cater if nothing else, just to make a little extra money.
If it had, we probably couldn't have done all what we've been doing.
That's true. That's true. It's very hard work, but it does pay the bills too. So, so we have to we do all that and Partner Co. And also we got grandkids relatives. I don't know.
We do have 4 granddaughters, and they live from Columbus. We see them regularly. We have time to see them. We make time to see them regularly. Like we're going tomorrow to see my granddaughter's, it's her 4th birthday. Last week was my other granddaughter's birthday. And then we just had a grandbaby. So it's been an eventful time.
So, my next one is I tell everybody that it's really hard to do all that, but I also preface it and say, I don't think we could if it weren't for the products that we're taking too, because I mean, Allison would come home and couch. I would go try to make supper or whatever, and she'd wake up.
And I'd be really grouchy. I was not happy at all. I was mean, lazy, tired, unhealthy. I don't know what all else.
Perfect, just perfect in every way. But hey, when Mama smiles, everybody smiles. I think that's always it. So, but so since then, she got on that, and all of what y'all said so true and rang true with us. I mean, I got my wife back, so that was cool too. So let's get on with this, boy. Or Travis's timer gets me over here. Not just just notes. So all right, so we all know it's hard there, but and I know you always run around, catch people that they seem like they're involved, they want to make money, they're asking you how to do it, and you try to get them and say, I don't know, I got time, I got ball field, I got practice, we got work, I got that. And I'm thinking, man, I did all what I was doing, raised 3 kids, and still took time to see Todd. I mean, that's a little bit on them, I think, at that point. But and answer phone calls till 11 at night.
Let me just say, it's nice to have a Brittany.
It very much is. I'll explain that too. So, working together, I think, is a big thing for us. I mean, we kind of bounce off, each other's strength. She's real good at scheduling and keeping up with stuff. I'm more analytical. He said I can figure it out, but keeping up with it's a totally different thing. So,
When we travel a lot now because we are traveling to go see the babies. We are on the road a lot. And so this is our time when normally I would be asleep. I'm not asleep anymore. We're working. We're thinking, okay, what can we do here? What can we do here? And it's given us a time to we come together and we work together, and it's fun. We're actually having fun together, which is a few years ago, we did not have fun together.
Anyway. Sorry, just not to. So, if you got multiple businesses too, if you can lighten your load, a lot of employees, and we've got several 60 something or whatever, but a lot of employees, they want to do more anyway. And so if you take that opportunity to train them up, teach them a little bit more, they're worth more, they're paid more. I mean, it's a win-win for everybody, because now we can go out and, I like to use Fred Duff's thing, I'm chasing some adult money here, right? So it is good to do that. So schedule, that's Allison's job. She's really good at that, but we use the Cozy little calendar or whatever. So use whatever app works for y'all, whatever, but
Like the kids have our Cozy calendar, so they know when I'm busy. They know when I'm having a meeting. They know when not to ask me to babysit.
otherwise we would, no doubt. And I was going to say this, I've thought about this several times, listening to everybody talk too. And it was, I think Gracie's was talking about how you plug into, and Tom Tucker, I think he's here. He was learn everything there is, learn what you can, because once you get involved and you got a lot of stuff bouncing, because I know you're driving, you're doing other things too. You need to make quick decisions. You don't need to have to go back and second guess, rework it and try to figure it out. So, you know, those that, if you got a busy schedule, learn it while you can, so you can make those snap decisions. Maintain a work-life balance. We try to do that as much as possible with the kids and other things. So let's see, what is that? Oh, this is fun part. So we did not get into this sell the product. When Todd showed up, I mean, Allison said, look, I'll take your product, but on the table, we're not selling anything. And so she's asleep on the couch, like she said. I'm in there flipping. I got a big screen TV, you know, and I'm flipping, throwing those little videos up there, showing you how to sell it and how to do all that kind of thing. She wakes up toward the end and says, what do you think? So I think we can sell this stuff. So, and it, you know, it really couldn't help it, because once it started working for us, we just couldn't help but tell somebody. I mean, people were asking anyway, and now it's really to the point, I'm not selling anything. I just let people come buy it, right? Yeah, that's cool. So you just listen, you know, and try to help people as best you can. We took both the positive and the negative, and now with the boards app and everything fills the pipeline so much faster. It's way easier than when we started 2.5 years ago, right? Yeah. We both lost both of our moms this past year. Our dads had died several years ago, but both of our moms kind of died in 1 year. And my mom got sick first. She had cancer. And so we just shut everything down. I mean, we weren't having meetings. We weren't really working anything. Flea market, the very, very minimum we could do to get by. But one thing was always constant. I guess we had already built a large enough team at that point that, you know, partner code just kept going. It was still slow and steady. So and that's all we were willing to put, because we were trying to put as much time we can. My mom passed, and then we started cranking up, and then her mom gets sick and she passed. So we really.
And then we had a grandbaby.
The same month. So I like to say all that and say that, you know, just really stick to it. Plug in, like you said, the IPA call, just listen if you have to, but just keep on. Just don't let up, you know, no matter what little setbacks you have. I've signed up, I don't know, 60 or 70 personally. How many are working? You know, 15, 20, you know? So you just keep on and keep on is what I'm saying. I know the backside of that is tax savings because of the home base. Okay. So, you know, I tell everybody this is your backside bonus, whether you're blitzing through there and making on the retail, and that's all kind of good. But the backside too is really good. You have a lot more deductions that you can't take on a W-2 or a passive income thing, K-1s or whatever like that. So you have your home office, you have your business expenses, just like you or any other business. You can do all of that, even though you're at home, and actually take a few more. So it's a really good deal. Retirement plans, health insurance, you can do all that. You know, just keep working that team, keep building that business. And if you don't have that at your employment, you can get that here. If you need child care so you can run your home-based business, you can expense that off too. I know there's a lot of young moms that's getting into this. My son, trying to drag him kicking and screaming into it. He's got kids, you know, and I'm trying to say, look, pay for that. You want to pay it out of pocket? It's fine. Do you want to write it off? Follow me. So I just want, you know, I want to finish by saying too that just in 2022 alone, I think Partner Co is going to probably save me almost $15,000 in taxes. So I have to take all that we're talking about against my other businesses that I'm going to have to pay tax on regardless. See, now I've got this. I mean, we come down here, we hang out with family, we go see other family, we incorporate all that to try and do that. But in the end, it's going to save us a lot of money.
One thing, because I want everybody to understand this, because my dad's a CPA, and you actually do not have to claim a profit in a business for 2 years. So what they're doing, although they're going to make a lot of money this year, they keep meticulous records. Please tell them how you do that on all businesses, and they're going to tell you how to do it on an app. But what he was able to do is write off all money, no taxes on this money, because he had all the business expenses that he outran it. But then he's going to take another, say 20,000 write off.
15,000.
15,000 he's going to get off on his other business. I mean, he's going to take the loss here and apply it against earnings in the other businesses. So like that, you can, my dad did that to me for the first year. He got all my coaching income back. I'm like, how did you do that? I made more money. He said, because you had more expense, because when you were coaching, you had no write-off. It was just W-2. They were getting it no matter what you did. And employees never understand that. Employees are the most taxed people in the world, not the business owners.
Yeah, we call that NOL, but so you take those net operating losses, and like me, I've got several K1s, and then of course we get to sum them all at the end. So that's the beauty of having multiple businesses too. But for me, saving that too, I mean, that's money that we get to go do family vacations and stuff that we hadn't been doing before. And I think I like, oh yeah, Hurdler. So I use the app Hurdler. I saw it from Laura Sales on the OBT tax website. HURDLR. Little accountant. So do what? Oh, okay. I think now I bought the pro version. You can do the free version. That'll just take up. It'll keep up, but it don't really give you a lot of reports. I went with the paid version. I think it's $100 a year, something like that. So I got that, and I think that's called the Reach In. Yeah, you can even. Well, yeah, it's expensive. Absolutely.
The pro version is the pro version. One of the things you have is like it does your automatic tracking. You can link